Hello dear viewers, I am well aware of the video's runtime and how unnecessarily long it may seem for something as simple as yet another Roblox controversy, let alone one about kaiju games. However, the topics that we discuss today are more complicated and easily stating, this guy did this horrible thing. So, if you have the time to listen into this video and the in-depth explanations that we provided, then I implore you to get comfortable, grab some snacks, or actively partake in an activity that doesn't require direct attention. But for now, my username is Corgi190, which some of you may recognize me from the Roblox game Kaiju universe, specifically the GVK Trio or the JJCC Empire groups as the MG21 main. And today, we will be discussing at length about the relatively recent allegations that were made towards Obie, also known as Josh or necrochemistry. Most of these allegations will include, but won't be limited to, multiple instances of racial profanity and undertones, his tendency to harass, threaten, or leak private information against those he holds grudges against, creating a Roblox game under false pretenses while also committing IP infringement and fraud, and openly admitting to jeopardizing his previous partner while going behind her back for his own desires. Most of the evidence that we presented will be provided in the description down below, where you will find a 250 plus page Google document developed by a group who wishes to remain anonymous. This document will include the majority of screenshots and recordings of interviews, interactions, conversations, announcements, and posts created either by Obie or associated individuals within Obsidian Games, as well as numerous documents provided by numerous individuals who previously or recently came out against Obsidian Games. Then below that will be a playlist including various interviews, devcasts, and a peace contract, where I will also be deriving my information from. Lastly, I will be using information provided within the various Discord servers publicly, such as Prometeo Games and Obsidian Games. But before anything, there are some things I need to clarify before we begin this lengthy discussion. So, first, there will be some information regarding US laws, prices, and logistics, especially behind video game development, vocabulary, or health. I do not claim to be an expert in any regard, however most of the research was done using Obie's broad and vague statements as a base, which you will see discussed further when we arrive at those points. Links for our respective sources will be provided in the description. Secondly, everything posted and presented will be discussed from an analytical yet skeptical viewpoint regarding Obie, so don't take what I say as my own personal opinion. However, in the event anything I do say, paraphrase, or mention seems personally rooted, then it's not my intention. Third and last, because of these last 2 points, I would like to put the disclaimer ahead of the video. Topics that will be discussed here will involve personal details that are publicly available through Discord servers, YouTube comments, various posts on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Roblox, users who are either close to or worked under Obie, additional parties who contributed to this video's development, and Obie himself, with permission. This video does not aim to be defamatory, slanderous, or libel, since most of the verbal or written points are either matters of opinions or true to an extent. Any individuals mentioned in this video shouldn't be harassed in any form. However, in the event that this still occurs, I, nor the creators of this document, do not hold liability for damages. There are certain topics that we discussed that may discomfort some, so discretion is advised. Any images depicting intellectual property belong to their respective owners, particularly Toho and Legendary. So, with this being said and done, we will now begin this video. In consideration with how late this video's release will be in tandem with the situation, I will provide a brief recap of what occurred prior to this video's development, while also explaining how I got involved to help get most viewers, if not all, back into the loop of this situation. But if you already know about most of the situation up until this point, then you may skip ahead to the provided timestamp provided above and below in the description. The drama revolves around Obie, also known as necrochemistry or Josh, a previous owner of Prometeo Games and Kaiju universe, and the current owner of Obsidian Games and Kaiju Revolution. He used to date someone under the name Kellogg's, or Corpse, who was the previous admin for Prometeo Games prior to Hamza's or Dead and Tiring. For the rest of the video, we'll call them Obie and Corpse for clarification. They have dated for an alleged 2 years, on and off, eventually culminating with Obie breaking up with Corpse on May 24th due to constant arguing, which led to Corpse posting her first document against Obie. This specific document included instances of Obie using racial profanity, being emotionally manipulative, leaking private information, showing malicious intent against PG, and leveraging power to his advantage with negative outcomes. Eventually within the same day, however, she took it down and rapidly apologized, stating she only tried to ruin him out of anger, but didn't want to take his project down with him. Despite this, however, Obie later posted his own allegation document against Corpse, where the screenshots depict her as Two-Face, weaponizing mention of his family within arguments that started with an apparent lack of justified cause. The specific document was posted on Twitter and YouTube, where he has stated, "Let's see if you hold a developer contributor job after this." Mere hours later, Corpse creates her second allegation document in the early morning of the 25th. This time, it's reinforced with evidence of threatening Vera and Corpse, doxing PG staff and placing blame elsewhere, and being petty on Twitter/X and incite his community to harass Corpse. Obie then responds to these allegations on the same day through a devcast within Obsidian Games. This devcast drew in a number of PG supporters and or skeptical OG users who both listened to Obie's address against the allegations. First, he addresses racial allegations by having his co-owner and friend of 10 years, Ancient, or Dalinar/Kevin, to turn on his camera to reveal that he is also black. Obie then takes this display and essentially asks listeners, why would my co-owner be a black male if I were racist? He doesn't directly respond to the screenshots in question, only calling the screenshots false information. Then he discusses the allegations of how he continued to harass Vera and Prometeo Games, despite the numerous announcements made towards his community where he has stated, like you would a loved one, show respect and be kind to them. Again, he skips over the screenshots from the allegation document, but instead segues into an allegation more so increasing skepticism from his own community. This is regarding the legitimacy of the Toho contract, where his primary excuse mainly involved how he wouldn't be capable to reveal any details of said contract due to an NDA. Then, when discussing Corpse, someone within the chat of the call mentioned how he has called his son a mistake within the screenshots, which caused an argument within said chat. He clarifies he himself was a mistake and only used the word loosely to define his son as an accident. Around this point, during the midst of a separate situation, I've seen direct DMs from friends or pings from KU-related servers regarding the allegations, particularly from my primary group chat, the JJCC Empire, primarily known as the GVK Trail. Jason, the lead of the group, was watching it occur within a different group chat where one individual was streaming it. Out of curiosity, I decided to join that particular group chat, which included Corpse herself. After viewing portions of the devcast, I decided to join the server to listen into Obie's defense, noting how each defense felt lackluster. After the devcast, I privately contacted Obie to directly ask about the bombardment of listeners and viewers, and he only provided the same defense to then go back onto stage where he discussed different points, particularly defending points such as utilizing Godzilla and Kevin the Fish to address allegations against PG, or how he leaked Kaiju while being a co-owner of PG. Following this devcast, Obie was allegedly hacked by an old friend who, and I quote, was showing people the truth of the allegations against me, which were proven false. Then, sometime around the afternoon of the same day, Obie had pinged me to discuss a potential raid that might occur on OG, which he believes is linked to Bammy, an event holder for KU servers. This raid never occurred, but during the same conversation, he attempted to shove me into a group chat with Ancient, his co-owner, Roguewise, a scripter, and himself, when I become skeptical of his defense, where they could, and I quote, speak better sense into him unlike me. Eventually, I showed him how fruitless it was by adding a few additional individuals, particularly Corpse, Bammy, and Jason. Obie folded and decided to talk to me about the situation one-on-one. That very conversation that followed this was the first interview of 3 that I've conducted to receive better insight over the situation from his perspective. After this conversation, I privately talked to Corpse regarding the situation, where she provided information regarding her own perspective and aided her in drafting a peace contract that was made to cease any negative harassment between herself, Obie, and any community. Following this, a small group was formed, which they have developed this lengthy document that sheds light on Obie, which led to this video's creation, not only to help spread this document, but also recap most of the information within this video. With the recap essentially being wrapped up, we can now get into the actual discussion, which will be split into 5 respective sections, which, as I mentioned previously, there will be timestamps in the description if you choose to just jump ahead to each of these points. Racial allegations, grudge allegations, fraud allegations, Corpse's allegations, and a brief overview of Obie from what all the information presents. With the order of topics in mind, we will begin discussing the first point, his racial allegations. Now, his primary defense during the devcast from May 25th and any interview that holds mention of these allegations all involve the same defense. Obie will refer to either Ancient's face reveal during the devcast, or any instance where someone within his team have stated to be of color, and respond with one or all three instances of excuses. 1. If I were racist, why would I hire a black male? 2. These were proven false. And, or 3, that users don't have the capacity to think for themselves. Surprisingly, of all the allegations, aside from licensing for clear reasons, this continues to be a recurring accusation that Obie fixates on, and for good reason. His defense against this relies on the same formula where he'll either deflect and redirect blame elsewhere, or as people come to his defense, whether intentionally or voluntarily. But he never directly responds to screenshots presented within Corpse's documents, or the few we will be discussing soon. For instance, to provide leeway from these claims made within the document, during a community post, he has stated, "Another thing to end the racist allegations? Answer me this damn question. If I was racist, why would my co-owner be a black male and I have moderators and developers who are black? Seems to me you all need to shut the hell up and maybe reconsider the choices about spreading false information, because last I checked, a racist person wouldn't have any person but their race in their Discord, and especially on their friends list. But like I said, people follow what other people say. It's actually quite hilarious that they do not have the capacity to think for themselves." As previously stated, he doesn't provide direct answers where he would either take responsibility and apologize, or provide substantial evidence from his perspective, but instead continues to refer to his colleagues' race, calls the information false, and deflect the blame to his users, who he claims to have a lack of mental capacity. Most of these claims come off as flimsy for an excuse, since the first issue presented, where anytime he refers to his colleagues, the defense he uses greatly resembles a commonly used phrase. "I'm not racist, I have black friends." This disclaimer is usually stated or paraphrased by individuals who claim not to be racist by showing direct association with an individual of color as the way to save face when pressured about racial undertones. The issue with the use of this rhetoric shield is that it implies that through proxy of association with people of color, it would validate existing behavior while cushioning damage while being questioned about said undertones. This, however, isn't the case realistically, since even if you claim to be friends or have coworkers who are of a different race, it doesn't mean you truly respect them. So, if you apply this logic to what Obie had posted on his YouTube community post, he states, "Why would my co-owner be a black male and have moderators and developers who are black?" Immediately here he implies he isn't racist just because of his association with his employees, only using them as a shield to avoid directly commenting on the matter, which is only proven further when, throughout the rest of his post, since instead of commenting, he attacks anyone commenting on the allegation by stating, "You all need to shut the hell up and maybe reconsider your choices about spreading false information." Only to then continue insulting them by also stating that they, and I quote, "do not have the capacity to think for themselves." Of course, this would raise one good question. What exactly is this false information he's refusing to discuss directly? Second issue is the lack of his response to what he was initially commenting on, because Corpse's various screenshots of Obie shows him using both the soft A and hard R, whether as a typical slur anytime something proves to be of an inconvenience, or a derogatory term whenever he refers to other individuals negatively. Most of these screenshots span between October 13th, 2021 to as recent as March 29th, 2024, where he continuously used each slur whenever he apparently deemed it to be appropriate. This is shown in depth through multiple recordings from Corpse where she searches through her DMs with Obie, regularly using these terms. Of course, there's a very good reason as to why Obie continues to call this false information. Because immediately following the first and second document, he deleted any instance of the word to remove any plausibility from Corpse. And while the deletion of this evidence may only question the claims made, this doesn't mean they're false. The third issue is current information is impossible to erase because during October 21st, 2019, through Prometeo Games announcements, the earliest instance of Obie using this, the same slur is provided by Verret, due to Verret apparently changing his name to Black Nail Polish. This was posted during a time when Kaiju developers utilized these channels to just joke around. For instance, this deleted user stated, "Ping Verret for 350k G-cells" on the 26th of October, only 5 days later. This deleted account was originally Obie's old account, as shown through an earlier message with an announcement where he stated on October 18th, "Also, if you want special updates for Kaiju or other game stuff from PG, follow my Twitter." Provided below is a link that leads to a currently deleted account that shares one of his names, Necrochemistry. Point being that there would have been no malintent from Verret posting this screenshot at the time. Then on May 1st, 2020, within a PG management Discord server, Obie can be seen using the same slur yet again because he was incredibly pissed because someone unmentioned within the screenshot and recording were thinking they were above him. Despite it, users continue to talk while ignoring what Obie has just said. While we can very easily stop here since most of the evidence clearly highlights Obie's use of the N-word, there has been additional insight that recently came through from none other than Obie himself. On June 30th, the same day the community post went out to his YouTube channel, Obie directly pinged me to, and I quote, "settle the crap even more if you're fine by that." We discussed these allegations in depth within the first half of the third interview, which mostly consisted of discussing the status of Ancient's renegotiation with Toho, and how he hired moderators and developers of varying backgrounds, both of which we will provide details that we'll divulge into later. However, he switches the conversation to begin utilizing analogies, which will be a recurring point throughout this video. Around this timestamp, he has first mentioned he currently resides in South Carolina, where he brings up a hypothetical question where, if he was racist,
saying I was a racist, do you honestly think I would have anybody but white people on my friends list?
Despite having to ask repeatedly due to the nature of the question, I answered yes. He utilized the same rhetoric shield within the hypothetical, but apparently switches tactics when around this timestamp. I asked if he owned the Confederate flag, to which he responds with,
yes, I do, actually.
Alright, just make sure.
And Kevin knows this, but here's the thing. Most people do not understand the meaning of the flag. They were not fighting for slavery. They were fighting for independence. Same thing that's going on right now. They were fighting for independence. And so the Confederate flag meaning. So I'll tell you what the meaning is right as soon as I find it.
After nearly more than 30 seconds, he eventually finds the definition he wants to discuss, which he states is
what the real meaning of the Confederate flag means. The red represents the blood of Christ. The white border represents the protection of God. The blue X represents the Christian cross of St. Andrew, the first disciple of Jesus Christ. And patron saint of Scotland. The 13 stars represent the 13 southern states of succession. Which is currently what's going on right now with Texas. Thus, the message of the Confederate battle flag is, through the blood of Christ, with protection of God, we the 13 states are united in our Christian fight for liberty. That is the true meaning of the Confederate flag.
To say what Obie stated as factually incorrect would be a heavy understatement. To first quote again, they were not fighting for slavery, they were fighting for independence. Same thing is going on right now, they were fighting for independence. The majority of reliable historians or sources who looked into the Civil War's history will tell you that the first 7 states that seceded from the United States, which includes in chronological order, South Carolina, Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas, only did so because with Lincoln's election into presidency, multiple states have felt as though the plantation economy was threatened and thus left. They weren't fighting for their own independence to act as a separate entity, but rather to maintain the right to utilize slaves to continue their businesses. Then, to rebut Obie's belief regarding attempted secessions, during 1869's Texas v. White case, the Supreme Court ruled unilateral secession, or the state actively succeeding on their own terms, to be unconstitutional. However, have also ruled that only through the consent of other states or revolution could each state secede, which, given history, all 50 states still remain. Then, there was a provided definition which Obie took from an image that has been circulating the internet for quite a while, claiming the Confederate flag's true definition was of Christianity and liberty. In actuality, the designer of this particular battle flag, William Porter Miles, specifically stated that, and I quote, "The true colors of which it is composed, red, white, and blue, are the true Republican colors. In heraldry, they are emblematic of the 3 great virtues of valor, purity, and truth." Then, other symbols within the flag, which includes the 13 stars of the Confederacy and St. Andrew X cross, do not bear any religious semblance since 1. The stars represent the states, while 2, William Porter Miles has specifically stated the meaning of the diagonal cross was, and I quote, avoided the religious objection towards the upchrist Ross. He had then called this diagonal cross more heldetic than ecclesiastical, and significant of strength and progress. Or in layman terms, it's more to refer to taking up arms, as the Scotlanders have used this diagonal cross within their flags as, instead of it being a religious sign. It's a sign of strength. To simplify further, Obie claimed the Confederacy fought for independence through religious intent, when in clear reality, this opposing portion of the US wanted to maintain their right to use slaves, and rather than using religious meanings, this battle flag was just that. Battle flag that's now more of a symbol of Southern heritage, which tends to be described as either post-Confederate Southern cultures or any remaining semblance of racism within the Southern states. His portrayal of this definition and general belief behind his reasoning seems to imply some sort of bias for the Confederacy when not doing thorough research. This is also proven when around this timestamp of the third interview, when asked if he knew what Texas was currently doing, he responded with,
So Texas is currently, I don't either. I just TikTok.
Continuing to the last point within the section, which only proves to continue steeply for Obie, around this timestamp of the third interview, he uses Trump as an analogy towards his current situation with these allegations, where he has stated,
Number 1, Trump was racist. Why would he take pictures with black folk? Right? Number 2, why would he be married to a Hispanic female? No, I'm comparing the current thing that's going on with me, calling me a racist and everything,
Right.
to people calling Trump a racist, yet he's taking picture with black folk. He's married to a Hispanic female.
Right.
And even from back in the day, he took pictures with 50 Cent, Snoop Dogg, Biggie Smalls.
Right.
I don't know if Tupac was still alive back then. But you get the point I'm making.
I mean,
He was on the Oprah show, for fuck's sake.
Immediately after that last quote, I told him, and I quote, if I were just those examples, then I understand, but are we going to ignore the border, or... To which Obie responds with...
So, the border, do you want to know exactly why he did what he did with the border?
Oh boy, it's going to be that competition. Alright.
The news and everything is twisting everything, right?
Okay.
Trump closed the border for illegal immigrants, drug dealers, the cartel, stuff like that.
Right.
People from Mexico can still come, but they still got to get a green card. So, reason why everyone likes Biden right now so much is because he opened the border wide. And I'll tell you why he did that, too. He did that to gain more votes in his favor to win and destroy America.
While I am not political myself, nor would I wish for this video to be political, I'm going to partially cover Trump since certain factual points immediately prove to contradict Obie's. First and foremost, within the first and last presidential debate between Trump and Biden, the former has stated that immigrants were taking black jobs. To directly quote, they're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet. This comment rightfully received a backlash due to the racial undertones presented, where the term black and Hispanic jobs implied any unfavorable jobs that would be heavily associated with labor, or anything undermining. Then secondly, he has had 3 wives. Ivana Slinakova, who is Czech American, then Marla Maples, who is American, and his current wife, Melania Claus, who is Slovenian American. None of them are Hispanic. Third, and finally to briefly cover the US-Mexico border, there has been dozens of reports regarding families being separated, American citizens being detained under suspicion of being illegal immigrants, or the harsh treatment of individuals, let alone children, within border detentions. Once again, Obie had utilized the same rhetoric within his Trump analogy. People call Trump racist, and yet he took pictures of black folk and married to a Hispanic female. To quote, this implies quickly that Obie believed that through this analogy, if Trump wasn't racist just because of photographs, marriage, or having started alongside people of color, then by proxy, neither was he. The main issue, however, is regardless of both sides of this analogy, the shield is still utilized desperately despite the evidence going against his case. Behind attempts at persuading his community and critics to claiming he wasn't racist simply because of his employee's skin color, he failed to explain away or directly mention his use of the slur. This, however, only provided leeway to mention his bias and potential support of the Confederacy or Trump, since he believes the latter did nothing wrong, and the former provided him with a strong belief he could use the word just because his state seceded first. Following the previous section, this portion of the video is composed of multiple accusations that easily fit within an umbrella term: grudges. Now, what this umbrella term means will be clear in a moment. However, during the introduction of this video, I have stated that one of these allegations involved Obie's, and I quote, tendency to harass, threaten, or leak private information against the few he holds grudges against. This is a heavily simplified summarization of what this exactly implies, because in reality, these allegations include Obie's tendency to harass previous colleagues, friends, partners, and members of his group whenever being confronted with questions or accusations, threatening said individuals with non-legally binding contracts, attempted sabotage or harassment by his community, and eventually leaking private information out of spite, disregarding the fact the root cause of these instances circle back to Obie. Hence the umbrella term grudges. However, we are overshooting the analysis of this accusation without necessary evidence, just by explaining the section's name. But luckily, there's enough to prove the validity of the claim being presented here. On May 23rd, 2024, in the Obsidian Games announcement tab, 2 days prior to the devcast dedicated to addressing said allegations, Obie pinged the server stating, "If PG members join here, treat them like you were a loved one. Show respect and be kind to them. Remember, disrespect and being the bigger person is key in life. It shows what kind of person you will become. Anyways, guys, good night, and I'll talk to you all tomorrow sometime." Provided below this is a quoted screenshot reciting similar speech to that of the message. Then, 2 days later, nearly 3 hours before the devcast where he addresses the allegations, he pinged the server yet again stating, and I quote, "Please do not go to the level of PG or KU. Stay your own person and stay true. At the end of the day, it's not worth doing," which is why I deleted my posts on Twitter. Already these two separate announcements conflict against each other, where in the first message he tells his community to treat PG users equally despite the oncoming harassment. He quickly reverts his statements in the second how they should stray from stooping down to their level. Now, you could easily argue that this second announcement was made just to deter OG users from harassing PG users to avoid further conflict. However, there are two strains that sit on that argument. When Obie mentioned, "Please do not go to the level of PG/KU," this pushes the mindset that the community there is composed of more toxic individuals than there would be realistically. While I won't shy away from admitting that there is a significant amount of toxicity within the Kaiju Universe community, you have to take into consideration every community revolving around a combat or fighting game will always develop a competitive nature, with few individuals taking said competition too personally or too far. As such, his own comment could easily be repurposed towards KR, PK, KA, TOTD, etc., etc. Then there's the portions of this announcement where he specifically states, which is why I deleted my posts on Twitter. The statement implies that he has stooped to that level on Twitter and deleted evidence of such to avoid further scrutiny. Combined with the previously stated strain, this points to the fact that he tells his community to avoid being as toxic as PG users, despite the hypocrisy in his actions. Following this line of thought, however, there's now the big question of what exactly did he post on Twitter that would have been, and I quote, "not worth doing." Before providing the answer to this question, we first need to discuss the additional defenses Obie provided during his first interview. Around this specific timestamp of the interview, I asked Obie, "Would you treat PG or Vert with peace?" And his initial response was,
I mean, yeah, of course.
Despite literally...
I mean, I would say this now. If I did anything to harm Verid and PG, I do completely apologize. I did not mean it in that way at all. Like I said, PG House is my first game that I ever made. And I still love that game to this day. As everyone says, "Oh, Obie, take down KU, take down KU." And I said, I'm not going to do that. That's my first game. That's my first achievement. Like,
all right.
Do you get what I'm saying by that and everything?
I followed this question up with, would you actually apologize to anyone? He then responds with,
So it does. However, I just want him just to talk to me, respond to me at least.
Who's he?
So, Barrett. So
Okay.
we can at least just talk everything out, cool down the situation and everything. Like I said, if I started something, I did not mean it the way that it came out at all.
All right.
Not like that at all. I just want to tell the truth and everything.
All right,
yeah, I will be willing, 100% willing, no ties attached, to settle everything with Barrett on a 1v1.
consistently between both answers, Obie proclaims he has never meant ill intent towards Verret, PG, or KU while wishing to discuss these issues privately with Verret to mend them. However, and this may seem abrupt, but there's a good reasoning for what I'm about to say next, but this sentiment isn't exclusively from wanting to apologize, but rather something deeply rooted. Through his Discord bio, he holds numerous religious typography, a banner of a cross, a tag reading a servant of Christ, and Philippians 4:13, I can do all things through him who strengthens me. I mention this because Obie's notion of apology will always circle back to his deceased grandfather. At around this timestamp of the first interview, I reread a point regarding, and I quote unquote, use his grandfather's death as a way to excuse things. While he responded with how his grandfather was a retired pastor who he idolized as a father figure due to his reassurances that he provided, there's one aspect of this answer that I would like to highlight.
So he's not an excuse at all. He's more of, I always think whenever I get into stuff like this, what would my grandfather do? And what I will say this now, in the beginning of this, I hope that you are recording, because I want them to see in the beginning and now. But my grandpa has always said, there's no reason to argue, which I do apologize to you, Corgi, for that.
Mm-hmm.
But he was basically more of an influence and a role model. He was a retired reverend, aka pastor.
Mm-hmm.
So, he had a bit more knowledge than a lot of people in certain aspects, that is.
I will elaborate further on what Obie meant by, so he's not an excuse at all, later on. However, keep in mind the quote of, there's no reason to argue, once we begin covering the evidence. Which, before we can discuss the evidence, lastly, while this isn't necessarily a defense Obie uses often, he will make mention of this particular point multiple times in the evidence, so I'll provide context first beforehand. During the second interview, which unfortunately lacks a unaccompanied video since it has been accidentally deleted through editing, I asked Obie, and I quote, what made you leave PG/KU in the first place? Instead of providing a direct answer to this question, he gave me a short rundown of his history with KU/PG, which I will now paraphrase. Obie used to work under Aptos as a developer who was going to shut down Kaiju Online. He then offered to purchase KO from Aptos, receiving the price the next day by email. He and Ancient split the purchase 50-50, and Corpse, who was our moderator around the time, announces to the KO Discord server about the transaction. Eventually after this, he split ownership of what is now Kaiju Universe by 50% between himself and Verret, who was previously a scripter before becoming a lead developer. But after losing his grandfather and being consoled by Zerar, Obie split ownership by 50-25-25 between Verret, himself, and Zerar respectively. He claims he wanted to split the ownership by 33.3%, but Verret declined allegedly. Moving along, Obie mentioned how he had used announcements to constantly ping everyone just to start conversations within the general chat. It was constant to the point Verret removed these perms from Obie to avoid making unnecessary announcements. Simultaneously, however, his Discord account was banned, which held ownership rights over to the PG Discord server. And his Roblox account was cookie logged, said account owning the PG group. When he reclaimed the former account through emails of Discord, Verret asked Obie if he was willing to transfer his ownership to him. Obie responded by stating he didn't own the group due to said cookie logging at the time, which led to Obie complying with a separate request to be banned from the group board to avoid security risks. Since he felt restricted with the numerous perm removals, lack of recognition for PG, and little control over KU/PG, he decided to call Verret and Zerar to sell shares of the ownerships. He originally wanted to receive 25% of the funds since he had owned 25% of the group, but was rejected since this isn't how selling shares worked. Instead, he provided a price and was paid, leaving PG to start his own group through OG. With this being said, to briefly summarize his overall defense, despite telling his community to accept PG users into OG, he quickly contradicts this by framing them more negatively, while indicating simultaneously he did something on Twitter either of equal or worse caliber. He then claims he would be willing to apologize where necessary and mend issues between himself and Verrett purely for the morale his grandfather gave him. There's no reason to argue. While I don't doubt the sincerity of Obie's claim regarding his grandfather's position within his life, there's only one uncertainty about his claims. His grandfather's words of both no reason to argue and forgiveness, as shown within this provided screenshot from Corpse, have fallen onto deaf ears. First and foremost, on January 16th, 2024, Obie created a short document called The Truth of Why I Left PG, where he covers 4 specific points, which as follows. He claims Verrett wanted to initially purchase Kaiju Universe around the same time he had, that Verrett requested not to be paid if they split ownership by 50-50, that Verrett initially denied him permission to create more games while KU was being heavily developed, and that Obie sacrificed a lot only for Verrett to have, and I quote, complete control over my game. To go through this one by one, his first point quoted that Verrett claims he would have bought, but he didn't. This indicates either the expression of desire, on conjuncture, and not a passive will. In layman terms, to use the word would is more suggestive of either expressing an idea of doing something or referring to something in past tense. So, in this particular quote, could be viewed as either he wanted to, but knew it wasn't within the realm of possibility, or he wanted to, but someone else has procured it before him. Regardless of the definition, this claim seems to act as a petty grab, utilizing an argument where Obie had already bought Kaiju Online before anyone else. Next, the second point, quoted, Verrett told me when we first uploaded Kaiju Universe to PG, if you split ownership with me, you won't have to pay me. This quote is contradicted by the immediately following one where he has stated, keep in mind I still had to ask him to take out Robux to help my family and other projects I wanted to do. If he claimed Verrett specified not to be paid, then how does Obie, the original owner, somehow put himself in a position to allow Verrett to handle funds? Then the fourth point, and yes, we will be skipping the third point temporarily, but for a good reason. Obie stated, lastly, I loved KU. I had a dream, and he came to be with KU. Although with a ton of sacrifice on my part, so Verrett could have complete control over my game. In regard to his sacrifice, this was actually detailed further in PG's announcement board on May 16, 2020, where Verrett has stated, since a lot of rumors have been spreading, I'd like to clear the air. KU did not steal models from KO. As most of you know, its assets were purchased by Josh for $350 when Aptos decided to quit Roblox. So if it's not monetarily purchasing KO, then what else did he sacrifice? Because evidently it wouldn't be development either. To quote Zarar, the only thing he has worked on the game is terrain. Not the buildings in the terrain, that's me, just the terrain. So aside from purchasing Kaiju Online, hiring the current PG lead development team, working on the map that hasn't changed since KO, and occasionally interacting with his community, Obie hasn't contributed to the development of the game he purchased. What this currently provides through his defense is Obie portrays Verrett as someone who lied to him actively, stole PG and PG from his position, and claims the status of Kaiju Universe is of Verrett's hand. The notion of this is contradicted through his points within this small document. Lastly, within the third point of his document, he quotes his defense. I was dedicated to KU, but only KU to PG. I wanted to start expanding into other games. Verrett said, if we do that, we look like we're giving up on the game. Expansion isn't giving up, it's growing the community. This is then followed by an additional quote stating, on another note, do any of you remember when Verrett said, we've given you, / spoiled you, with 1 to 2 kaijus a week. We won't be doing that anymore. Nice way of wording that, Verrett. Within both quotes, he weaponizes Verrett's quotes to blame him for allegedly ignoring for what the community wants. However, there's 2 important factors to this claim Obie is ignoring. The first factor, despite wanting to expand Prometeo Games' experiences to continue growing the community, Obie doesn't take into account the monetary necessity to pursue a venture like that. In order to develop these games under Prometeo Games' name, he would have to either pull developers from Kaiju Universe or hire additional developers. Regardless of the option, this action would put strain on existing funds PG received from Roblox's engagement-based payouts, order game passes, and thus hinders the progress or the success for either project. This is also without considering the supply and demand Kaiju Universe demonstrates by providing the Kaiju community a game users could actively play on with the expectation of a bi-weekly to monthly updates. Without the additional developers or funds, this would stagger Kaiju's update cycle, making users bored, and ultimately make them leave for other competitors that were available at the time. In other words, this decision would ultimately ruin PG's focus on a multiplayer game that needs consistent monitoring. To also stack on top of this aspect of development, Obie maintains a reputation of gaining motivation for projects, overhyping them by rushing development, and abandoning the project altogether. Chronologically speaking, the first instance that can be seen is within Corpse's direct messages on May 8th, 2020, where Obie discussed a PG project involving the SCP Foundation, specifically being called SCP Requiem. He has initially asked Corpse to create artwork for the project and intended to promote her to lead developer. However, at some point between August of 2022 to December 16th, 2022, Obie switched priorities to focus on creating a new project, Dragon Ball Retribution. On December 16th, he began development of this game before being confronted sometime on the 22nd by Ver and Durar. They ultimately decided to shut down the project due to analytics regarding the necessary budget, the revenue it would have had to generate, and the fact Kaiju would have overshadowed it at the time. Then, sometime around April 12, 2023, Obie posted a trailer on his YouTube channel for a game called Ancient World Realism, which provides footage from the Isle. The description states, "Unofficial Isle server, Ancient World Realism. Be careful on this cruel and dangerous island, for realism is upon you." Despite advertising the Steam game, it instead shows a unavailable Roblox game with no screenshots or activity. Shortly thereafter, on June 2nd, 2023, Obie posted yet another trailer for none other than SCP Requiem again, which provided details regarding directors, modelators, programmers, and an animator. In the description, it just simply states, "It's coming." Currently, a year later, it sits with zero activity or servers with a joining price of around 500 Robux. The second factor, involving Obie's utilization of Vert's quote, comes off as invalid due to the lack of reasoning Obie doesn't put into his claims. The sole reason behind Vert announcing they would cease releasing multiple Kaiju within weeks was because of quality increase leading to decreased quantity. This is probably the simplest portion of evidence, since most of the information sits within Prometeo Games' Kaiju update tab. During 2021, 35 Kaiju total were added, which included simple models such as Kamacuras and old Kamibas, remodels like Kamada-kun and Monster Zero, and the introduction of utilities through the V and P move from MG21 and Titanosaurus respectively. Then, in 2022, there were 22 Kaiju added, mainly composed of remodels that each come with a utility such as the remaining KOTM roster, Shen Form 4, and Godzilla Jr., as well as reworks for a few Kaiju such as G54 and Final Wars, the introduction of status effects, and the addition of Kaijus that were, with unique qualities, specifically Cleric's low cooldown and Manila EX's size/growth power growth. In the following year, only 12 Kaiju were added. However, most additions either had a simple moveset that could be boosted with utilities such as Turn Out for Muto Prime, a diverse moveset that allows for chaining or comboing like Scylla or -1 Godzilla, or having multiple differing movesets like Type 3 modified Kiryu and Eva 01. 2024 would have most likely introduced more complex functions to Destroya and MG21's remodel, the releases of Super Mecha Godzilla and Showa Megura, and the Godzilla X Kong Kaiju waves. To briefly summarize, the evidence shows Obie would have most likely led Kaiju into a ditch, considering his current strategy and development, as seen with previous projects and KR. But because of Obie's lack of involvement, PG was able to stir Kaiju into a game that the community wanted, which proved successful despite the flaws. His claims only proved his general disdain towards Ver and Prometeo Games over trivial points, which continues through the existence of a different document. Around March 30th, 2024, Obie adds Vert and Zora into a group chat, stating, "Hey guys, on the determination of Prometeo Games and Imperialist Promethea, you both shall have 72 hours to either respond about the Google document or change the name of Prometeo Games." Provided below is a document called Prometeo Games Contract to Prometeo Family. Detailed within this document is the contract for revenue sharing agreements between Prometeo Games and both Imperialist Promethea and Family of Prometeo. This contract dictates that Prometeo Games will pay 60% of its net revenue to both previously stated parties, that they would promote and advertise their brands throughout the game's adverts. promotional events, and social media campaigns, and to be provided the option to change their name to nullify the agreement. Despite this attempt, as previously stated, he sold ownership of PG to NKU to Verret and Zerar, making his contract null in regards to either the revenue sharing agreement or the name changing. Continuing along, despite the provided answers within the interview where Obie states, I will say this now, if I did anything to harm Verret or PG, I do completely apologize. There is no evidence of genuine apologies directed towards either previously mentioned. This continues to prove true through provided screenshots of Obie utilizing this particular slur when referring to Verret, or when he stated, nope, I'm done, I'm freaking done, Verret and Zerar do nothing. Ironically, on the same day Obie sent this message, on April 10th, 2021, Verret and Zerar published another update, including showing Mechagodzilla and focusing on fixing multiple bugs, while all that Obie did was post 2 teasers for Con 2021. Furthermore, in now deleted tweets, Obie claims, and I quote, didn't know you were so petty you had to kick me from the server. Dang, really showing your true colors now, aren't we? Shown below are 2 screenshots conversations Obie participated in. While the first screenshot is unreadable, we can easily infer what the second one states. Knives violation if you deal with me, and both parties say, you defamed me, and play the victim. Remember, blank, this. I showed the truth, and you can't handle the truth. I understand I haven't been perfect, but no one has. From his own statements, what was not worth doing involved making Twitter posts over issues he caused to himself. There are additional instances, however, that will be shown later in this section. Despite the deleted tweet, however, he still publicly alludes to his disdain towards Verret in Obsidian Games. First, he mocks him through comments that could be interpreted as light, friendly jabs, such as when he asked if he should, and I quote, add a Verret Kaiju into KR with Verret's profile pic, or posting a screenshot where he directly messages Verret with, when's KU coming back, Verret? However, when someone asked, why do you still message him though? I thought you were his enemy or something. He responded with, not enemies, I just like him, yes, and I don't message him anymore. From here, the facade of light jabs fades when he also stated, I see, I'm just a regular person, with a dream to make people's dreams come to reality. Unlike Verret, I care about my community. He then pushes this narrative by claiming he obtained a legal contract and said Verret screwed up. To quote, with get this, a legal contract from Toho. Told Verret he screwed up. Haha, yes sir. He also claims that, I can't show all our secrets off. I gotta let them scare Verret. When asked, is it okay if you can show us the Godzilla Evolved model? This continued escalating when Obie announced in Obsidian Games, I have officially secured a contract with Toho Co. Ltd. Kaiju Revolution will be coming soon. Also, Verret, you might want to change Prometeo Games' name. Prometeo Family is writing a contract to you that you will have to sign as long as you have the name Prometeo in the name. Heh. This document was already previously discussed, however, openly threatening the sort of action when already claiming to have sold ownership numerous times seems very fruitless. The furthest extent Obie has taken his dislike towards Verret was when on February 23rd, 2024, Obie directly messaged Zeal with a screenshot of a Doxbin paste list, which included information from Zeal, Silence, and Dice. He then claims to Zeal, I don't know if Verret told you, been trying to DM him, but he's ignoring me as usual. Stay safe, man. He is alluding to the possibility of an apparent lack in security from Prometeo Games or Verret due to the lack of communication between the two, which only then becomes a suspicion of responsibility for the stocks as stated in the direct DMs sent to Corpse, where he states, if he is the cause of the docs, he gets jail time. Doesn't matter. He was the cause of the docs, someone paid dude 1,000 USD, and the information is still up. However, his reasoning becomes frail when taking into account a confrontation he attempted to have with Verret and Zerar exactly 10 days prior. Within the group chat, Obie first brings up a screenshot which includes someone named Sick or Resting Spirit, the individual responsible for this Doxbin list, who directly tells Obie, I got paid, and yeah, I got the info of all the developers. I was paid 400 plus 600 and another 300 payment when finished. Following the screenshot, he tells Verret and Zerar, what the heck did you guys get me involved? I swear to God. Then he sends 2 more screenshots, the first of which includes a screenshot of Sick stating, if this gets enough attention, I'll drop his SSN and TOL too. Then, this is followed up with affirmations to the very first screenshot where Sick states, no, gonna upload this all within a period of time. Most, yes. While it's generally unknown whose SSN and TOL Sick has, we can infer might be Obie's due to the following message following the screenshot. To quote, just an FYI, he does actually have my real SS, so yeah. The next day, February 14th, 2024, he continues to aggressively push against Vera and Zeror to quote, "Well, whatever you two screw-ups got me involved in cost me 4,000 USD in limiteds. Thanks." Before seemingly ending on February 15th, where he shares a screenshot of the doxman list and says, "You almost have pissed someone off. I know you're busy converting KU over to not copyrighted Kaiju." Before we continue with the contradictory information provided, I want to clarify something. Doxbin, regardless of the dark or clarinet variation, are both a pastebin website used to dox individuals by pasting or providing private information. The differences between these two, however, is the darknet variation was seized during Operation Anonymous, an international law enforcement operation used to, seize markets and services working under the Tor network, while the clarinet variation uses legal loopholes to exist on the clarinet, aka here, just normal internet. Regardless of this definition, if Obie claimed to Zeol and Corpse that Verret was responsible for these doxings without necessary evidence, then why does he have direct communication with Sick, where he was willing to give information without necessary context or any pay, just freely giving it to him? Then to additionally question, why did he try to provoke Verret and Zeror by mentioning their conversion of KU assets? Well, the former suggests the likelihood of Obie being responsible for this threat of the doxbin going live, and there's 3 points that provide easy leeway for this. 1. His willingness to provide details about Verret's area of living in response to a joke. "Good for you. Tell Verret I'm coming to New Jersey soon." Then 2. Obvious claim to have lost $4,000 in limiteds, which most likely refers to Roblox items. If you had to spend $4,000 on just limiteds and someone paid Sick $1,300 to access information, then there's a heavy possibility Obie had paid off this individual to get our information. Third and last point, and not too long ago, Lucky Duckling1, a former Obsidian Games developer, has created their own document against OG as a whole, primarily against the moderation leads of respective departments. Before the first version of this document was either taken down or deleted, it included information regarding an internal doxing incident within OG. Thankfully, someone within the group who developed this document has contacted Lucky to provide these same images for both the main document and this video. As shown on screen, these two videos include a conversation between Lucky and Forehead, a previous PG developer, discussing how Obie forced him and Snapple, another previous dev, into a group chat with an individual named Kelfinar, who threatened to DDoS them for aiding Lucky. This in itself introduces 2 odd questions. 1, who is Kelfinar? And 2, why would Obie specifically add 2 ex-developers of either company into a group chat to allow someone to threaten them of doxing? Well, these 2 questions will be answered later in the video since they tie into a specific point, but there's already proven suspicion of the possible link in the hypothetical of Obie hiring Sick if Obie allowed Kelf to threaten people. While Obie holds a vindictive candle towards Verret through excessive means, this isn't isolated to one Prometeo Games owner or developer. Earlier I've mentioned how PG's ownership was split 3 ways between Obie, Verret, and Zeror, who particularly gained the role due to consoling Obie when his grandfather died. Even with the lack of necessary information to fill in this gap, it could be suggested that their friendship was stable up until Obie left Kaiju Universe. From his perspective, he still views Zeror more positively, since when he was asked, "If you still in contact with Zeror?" Obie responds with, "Try to be, but he doesn't message me, just ignore me. But I will say this, Zeror is a good person." Given his neutral stance, you would expect this sentiment to be mutual between the two. However, Zeror's outlook is far from it. This specific point that I'm about to mention has not been discussed up until now, but the reason why Obie made both the Truth of Why I Made PG and the Prometeo Games Contract to Prometeo Family documents were simply because Obie's belief and claim he was scammed by PG and kicked from it. To quote, "I swear I stated that Verret took all perms away from me and scammed me, which is why I sold the game." Little of this was brought up simply because there isn't a lot to defend from it, as both documents discuss monetary issues. When discussing this point with Corpse presumably, Zeror has stated, "We paid so much money out of him every time he had issues IRL. He didn't even deserve it because we paid him in full. The truth is, Obie just kept scamming us over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. We still kept him around after he stole over and over and over. I don't care about him, he's really dead to me, and everyone up at Roblox and anywhere seriously laugh at him. We all do. It's an excuse to have popcorn with friends." His view on the ordeal is also supported by reasonable distrust in Obie when he was shoehorned into both previously stated documents and the doxman issue, despite the fact that this is being directed towards Verret. But to stray away from owners, at this timestamp of the third interview, I discuss an additional allegation involving, and I quote, being hostile towards PG and all, particularly stating in his response.
I mean, I'll even repeat what I said in DMs. As I said, I've seen people say, "Oh yeah, I've been rude as shit to PG developers."
Mm-hmm.
I've only been rude to really 2 of them. Well, mainly not really there. We mainly really butted heads, not being rude. Because if I actually just say this, we were kind of rude to each other.
Understandable, I think.
I mean, I'm not trying to say my case. I'm just trying to explain the full picture. Which,
Right.
like I told you, that's how owners are. They each have their own vision for the game.
Right.
Which I understand that. But as for Dice, he and I never have seen eye to eye. We've always been at each other's necks. But you see, he's still there.
Yeah.
I never fired him because, I mean, it's an argument. You don't fire somebody over an argument.
While mentioning his dislike towards Dice, he disjointedly provides a series of events regarding their history. They haven't seen eye to eye, they got into an argument which nearly resulted in Dice's firing, but decided against this ultimately. Regardless, Obie's quote of, "I never fired him because I mean it's an argument, you don't fire someone over an argument," becomes relevant because provided on screen now are DMs between PGT Snapple, a previous PG developer, and Obie. Within just 2 screenshots, PGT questions why Obie keeps suggesting to fire him from the team, to which he responds with, "Where's Hesse? That's why. Stop being lazy and finish the model or we're gonna sign it. Vera and I have both told you. That's the reason." He then follows this up with, "Stop being an egotistical frick," and repeatedly says, "Get on my server, you're done." Eventually, after going back and forth, he DMs Vera and Zabar stating, "I want PGT gone now. I'm done with him. No more discussing. I want him gone." While PGT's response could have provoked Obie into going into an unnecessary fit, Obie's informality towards his own employees only helped to rationalize why he doesn't have permissions within PG or KU anymore. For another instance of abusing his own owner perms was during the release of The Sanctum on October 30th, 2022. The GVK trio, which was composed of Jason, Colty, and myself, as well as FDA and multiple other friends, were attempting an infinite Sanctum brawl when Obie joined through FDA. At the time, we were in the voice call, so we decided to invite him into the GVK trio chat, now called the JJCC Empire. When we added him, Obie brought along a few additional users: Licklock, Alter, Ice Doggo, and Rainier, all of whom joined the same voice call. While we were playing, Obie ranted about the current state of PG and KU, how he was mentioning specific features that could have been implemented faster, or more games that could have been developed had he still been in charge. This eventually led to his proposition where he attempted to bribe FDA and I to specifically assist him with obtaining Cleric in exchange for a league. We agreed to aid, which during one of our attempts, Verret joined our same server. He has stated, "I have actually joined because of reports that the Sanctum was broken, so I joined KU and ended up in the same server with Obie because Roblox make you joint friends. I use the God Kaiju because it's an administrative tool and I need to quickly debug, to be clear." Eventually, we successfully given Obie the Cleric, and the deal was honored. In return, he invited us to a Discord server called Free Legion, where he joined a voice call and proceeded to leak an asset to not only us, but also a few additional people. Zilla98. They then left the GVK trio voice call, and nothing came of it, up until 10 days later when Obie sent a friend request. He provided a screenshot of FDA discussing this leak with Sandbar/Jonathan, the modeler for most of the mechs in KU, and asked if he knew anything. Not having known of the discussion, he asked me to, and I quote, "Find out for me, please, because I trusted that server, which is why I left. If someone breaks my trust, then, yeah, there will be punishment." He then attempted to burn me 3 times in a row, firstly with 2 Manila EX codes, which failed since I've obtained Manila EX from Verret, then with a vast quantity of G cells. I had 25 million at the time, and nearly 70 million now. Then he attempted to justify the currency bribe by leaking more information regarding the original endgames. To quote, "You will when the anime Godzilla, Mechagodzilla City, and Ghidorah come to the game. That's the endgame. 100 million plus all Kaiju maxed. You forgot one thing. We're continuing to add Kaiju. See, that's the thing. You can only get one." Apparently from his claim, you can only obtain one of the 3 anime trilogy kaiju, which in retrospect would have been a waste on resources. After this discussion, I talked to FD about what occurred, which eventually led to us mutually agreeing to tell Verret about it. The outcome wasn't clarified at the time, but what most likely occurred was both Verret and Zabar discussed this with Obie, which must have led to additional repercussions that inevitably led to play a part in Obie's departure from PG. With that being said, Obie's previous arguments about how Verret took all perms away from me and scammed me only provide credence to his behavior impacting proper handling with the group. The owner role allowing him to arrest his employees and co-owners despite his lack of commitment to developing. Even after he sold ownership and left to develop Kaiju Revolution through Obsidian Games, Obie continues to negatively impact PG or KU. Within his development and moderation team, Obie has hired individuals who are either originally Prometeo game developers or individuals who negatively impacted PG and Kaiju Universe. For instance, during the third interview at around 3250, after discussing how he treated both Verret and Dice, he brings up additional Kaiju Universe developers he either hired or is attempting to hire. Shadestep, originally a KU rigger, was fired for
messing up one rig
before being hired by Obie. Then, Snapple/PGT, a former KU modeler that Obie previously attempted to fire, and Führer, also a former KU modeler, were both hired by Obie because
Verret's not giving him any work to do. Maybe gives him one thing and something happens or the other. Verret takes it and gives it to somebody else.
Currently, however, there are 2 additional developers within Obsidian Game who don't work under them. Char, a KU modeler, and Poyo, who quit PG. Obie is currently attempting to hire Poyo. 2 quotes.
And we're talking to him, trying to get him on board.
Ironically, regarding PGT Snapple and additionally Forehead, a former KU animator, Obie told Corpse within direct messages that, "Yeah, love, I know, but you can't animate. At least you won't have to deal with him." Aside from former KU developers, he had also hired Mr. Turtle 5318, or just Turtle, a former modeler for Obsidian Games who was both supportive of Obsidian Game and chaotic within conversations. He has projected said chaotic informality numerous times in the Obsidian Games server, where, for example, during the same devcast Obie discussed the allegations, Turtle has stated numerous infatuations with Obie and Godzilla Guy. He has stated, and I quote, "How big is it? Is it itchy? Does it burn my eye? And can I turn you inside out?" respectively. He then repeatedly threatened to harass Corpse, stating, screw that woman, kill her, French Revolution and her," followed by, "What is Kellogg's user, by the way?" and ending with, "Yo, I'ma stream me threatening Kellogg's in DMs. Lastly, around the time Obie discusses the racial allegations, Turtle supports him by saying, "I'm Hispanic. I hate racism. Obie, from what I've seen throughout the year, being his coworker and being his friend, he's not racist. Not at all. I will vouch for him fully, though." Ironically to his claim regarding disliking racism, Turtle shares the same interest in utilizing the N-word whenever referring to others. Enter the United Creed Discord server, where he has been seen to state the following: "Blank will be reborn." The blank is there for obvious reasons. "You all screw with the white Air Force ones?" And "Spin the wheel. Why are there so many funny black people who are pedophiles? Can't have crap." This behavior this behavior presented by a developer shares multiple similarities between himself and Obie in regards to how the slur is utilized and becomes offensive by stating, "From what I've seen throughout this year, he is not racist." Despite the sentiment, he was fired not for his behavior, but because, and I quote, "for leaking development images," which is sad. Turtle has potential. I still talk to Turtle here and there. Moving along to the next group working under Obsidian Games, while there isn't a significant amount of former Prometeo game moderators present, the one that stands out is Termina, also known as Godverse. He is currently both head of staff and an admin within Obsidian Games, with an alternate account named DV Termina, or Noxus, where he remains as just head of staff. While there's no clarification on the account hopping, despite his previous affiliation with Kaiju Universe and Prometeo Games, he seems to be fully supportive of Obie, as provided in the screenshot 3 days before the devcast, where he defends Obie, stating, "How do you know it's fake if you aren't Obie?" Then there's an additional moderator who still remains in position as of writing, despite making a very similar document against Obsidian Games, Steg14. He is infamous within Prometheus games for either inciting or participating in multiple dramas that aim to spread toxicity or misinformation through groups he either created or participated in. This includes, but won't be limited to, 1. His involvement with the 29 group, where he enacted mass toxicity, harassment, bullying, and accusing a moderator of pedophilia without evidence, and spreading drama. 2. The self-named Stag Mafia, a Discord server which enacted a campaign against PG by threatening to raid and nuke PG, and creating 2 defamatory documents, one providing fabricated screenshots of Ver allegedly being a pedophile, which was later debunked, and the second providing a single screenshot taken out of context that led to Hamza being called a neo-Nazi. Granted, from what Lucky has inferred regarding this, he alleges that Obie had provided this information to Steg and the Steg Mafia. But because there's a lack of necessary information behind this claim, we will continue. 3. Grudge Studios, a small group responsible for max doxing NZ members en masse, have attempted to sabotage a portion of PG's development through infiltration, but to what extent or which group is uncertain. And fourthly, as shown on screen, Obie within a deleted channel stating, Obsidian Games and United Creed's Discord server, led by Stego Diplo 2, have joined forces, igniting a new era of gaming community collaboration. Within the same server, Turtle has spotted racial comments. Steg participates in doing the same, as provided through screenshots of his history. Given Steg's prior history with numerous groups that cause drama, despite itself would illustrate Obie's recklessness, but provided from the previous section about racial allegations and having Steg within his server as a moderator, you would have to ask, what are the odds Obie knows of his behavior and does the same freely in his server? This is purely speculative, but there's enough credence to suggest a likely possibility. Most of the information regarding Steg is provided directly from PG's moderation team during the event of the Steg Mafia wave ban, which will be included within the main document. Ignoring the possibility of pushback I'll receive from the groups I just discussed within the last 2+ minutes, let's circle back to Obie selling his ownership for the time being. You would likely believe if you owned a portion of a game and decided to sell ownership, wouldn't that mean you would have to give up assets to your company? You'd assume yes, since they wouldn't be further used by the original owner. However, Obie never relinquished the models back to PG. In fact, during the third interview, at this timestamp, he shows 51 Kaiju Universe models he still holds within his possession, from the original Manila from February 16, 2020, to the most recent Biolante remodel from January 27, 2024. Following this at this timestamp, he reveals unreleased Kaiju, specifically Monster X and Kaiser Ghidorah, Gamera, GMK Godzilla, the old rendition of Mechagodzilla 2021, and Baragon. You would be right to just assume that he hasn't done anything with these models. There shouldn't be an issue, right? Well, on screen are multiple screenshots during that map stream where he shows an old Final Wars Godzilla model, the KU GMK Baragon, the same Gamera model, the original Kong 21 model before having received its upgrade as shown being teased within PG, Heisei King Ghidorah, Scylla, Megagearus, the scrapped Meyer Squid, or the Kraken as it was known, the Warbat, which was cancelled due to leaks, the same Zilla model that Obie leaked to FDA and having used both Kong 2021 and Mechagodzilla 2021 to create the Valve Vortex and Apex Cybernetics locations, respectively. Furthermore, on June 7, 2024, Ancient posted a video of a new custom Kaiju, Error 589, or Manila the Grafted. This particular instance is an amalgamation of multiple Kaiju: Manila's head, Orga's arm, Ghidorah's head and neck, Heisei Godzilla's right leg, Monster Zero's left leg, Meyer Godzilla's dorsal plates, Destroyer's left shoulder, Space Godzilla's tail, and an unknown torso. It has been stated to be modeled by Zillion Commander, which is reinforced by Obie's statements during the third interview at this timestamp where he states,
yeah, so he's not the only modeler though.
I mean, I know that, but
he's now the lead modeler. So basically now we're starting to have department leads.
To further corroborate this point into the ground within the second interview's transcript, Obie mentions how Zillion initially created this model for Obsidian Games with direct influence from Elden Ring through Godric the Grafted's design. He had also verbally stated that
it's just gonna be randomly spawned on the map. Basically, you go to where the arena is. So basically, we'll have different such as car games, for example, where they got the different points for races and stuff that you can go to and select a different type of race or whatever, you can swim, fly there, wait there for a certain amount of time, and then you'll get teleported to an entirely different, smaller server to fight it. So you're not interfering with them, you don't have lag going on, and you're good.
If it really were direct inspiration from Godric, then there would be an easy case to make if this was an exclusive idea from Zillion, had Prometeo Games not contacted him regarding this. On November 16th, 2022, Zillion posted a video titled Kaiju Universe. So, I've been banned from the PG Discord server because of a drawing, where he showcases this provided sketch, stating he had created this design on his own, only for Vert to ban him from Prometeo Games due to plagiarism. Given the claim being put forward, the accusation implies the possibility of an already existing model that had been previously leaked. This is supported through Zillion's community tab, where he states, "Change my name to Manila the Grafted," only to then follow it up with, "Had to change my name back just in case something happens." Then, sometime between February 10th, 2024, Zillion's initial joining date in OG, and June 7th, 2024, when the dev leak for Error 589 was posted, Zillion was hired to develop this model into Kaiju Revolution as a boss battle that occurs during Halloween. Given what we previously stated regarding how the boss fight would occur, this shares similarities attributed to KU's Sanctum, in the sense that you need to enter an arena to initiate the battle, specifically to witness a kaiju inspired by a Dark Souls game. Although supports the possibility Obie is willingly allowing plagiarism to occur within his group while being apparently aware of its initial inspiration. By extension, this would also mean an increased likelihood of reusing PG assets for KR, specifically through models. Moving past who he was previously hired for previous dramas or employment through PG, Obie has previously attempted to stir drama within Prometeo Games 2 days before PG received the DMCA. Sometime between January 20th to February 10th, 2024, Beargun Guy, also known as Godzilla Guy, posted a video where he specifically covered his issues with Kaiju Universe and made a threat to leak numerous kaiju. Due to the popularity of this specific video and the pressure being pushed onto Prometeo Game, on January 25th, 2024, they hosted yet another developer stream. Within the stream, they unveiled Gypsy Danger, Jet Jaguar Alpha, Letterback and Raiju, and lastly, Destroy an MG21's remodel. Hoping to prove that they were working on these issues and assuring the community that they wanted to keep development moving along. However, sometime during February 8th, Toho caught wind of the numerous kaiju games that Roblox was holding, and began a wave of DMCAs. This led to Beargun Guy to post yet another video where he discusses the possibility Kaiju Universe may not have been taken down, specifically mentioning how his source leaked a Kong 2021 remodel with a GXK asset, theorizing it might have implied Toho and Legendary made a deal with Kaiju Universe. This was unfortunately not the case on the surface, because 24 hours later, KU was given a DMCA. Afterward, he makes a post stating, "Also, it seems to an extent that PG had made some changes, or at least tried to, maybe, I don't know. Also, well, Key's not around anymore, so yeah, I'll most likely unlist them since the news should be accessible to those who are curious, but again, I just want to make fun gaming videos without people going, 'You hate KU, you bad man.' Like, I'm just trying to showcase a dino, XD. To clarify now, he never intended to take sides during the situation, since during the time, with Kaiju's universe increasing popularity around the time, there were multiple issues he just wanted to address. Despite his generally neutral stance during this time, most users interpreted this as just hating Kaiju Universe, which included Obie. In the comments of the first video, Obie says, "Beargun Guy, good person, and factual information. Most of you may or may not know me. I am Obie, the only founder of Prometeo Games. I'd like to state a few things about why I left. Most likely this will get to Vert some way or another, so let me make this completely clear for him. This is not defamation, but the truth about PG." He then proceeds to copy-paste the same document from earlier, claiming it's not defamation despite his lack of necessary evidence to make said claim. Then, 2 weeks later, he shows this exact same comment to Corpse within direct messages where he claims this was intentional. To quote, "Phase 1, make people feel sorry for me. Gain some subscribers," which I've gained 300 in less than 1 day of posting that. Then I have my friends from SW genre waiting for me to give the word, and KU will be leaked to the public to have. This specific comment isn't surprising when he still owns 70% of Kaiju Universe's models, but to threaten to leak an entire build of a game not only violates the fact he sold ownership, but also be plagiarizing existing work while getting peered at by Toho, which we will discuss later. Continuing with Corpse's and Obie's discussion, however, he mentions how he sold his ownership to Varent Zavar, stating, did that for a reason, which they were stupid enough to do it. Wasn't doing me good of me staying in a group that I was limited in, but I got 2 massive YouTubers who hate Varent/PG. He says he would also, and I quote, feed them truths about PG Varent EDC. Gain hatred for PG mostly Varent, who exactly he... while at the same time guiding a starting game owner to take KU down. Afterwards, he reveals who exactly he's referring to, Beargun Guy and Kevin Fish, and stating, and I quote, the 2 YouTubers who have spoke the truth about PG. He's making the claim Godzilla Guy and Kevin Fish dislike Kaiju Universe and Varent, but the issue is not only were both their videos more or less just about giving criticism to Prometeo Games, but also showing support for Kaiju Universe. Would it be directly expressed by creating videos specifically to reinvent the game with new features that they would have liked to see, or getting a specific Kaiju to 100 plus 1,000 levels on Megalon for the sake of an achievement? Furthermore, of the 3 previously mentioned creators, Godzilla Guy, Kevin, and Nerdius, one of them answered my question regarding, then to rephrase, how do you feel about Obie asking you to make these videos against KU? They responded with, I don't believe he ever outright did, but he did give me a lot of info and hopes I would. I asked if he did, and he said no, that was after the first blank videos. I did those on my own, but he gave me some info for them, I think, but I can't fully remember. Now, even if these attempts fail to convince Kaiju Universe or Kaiju YouTubers to go against Prometeo Games and Varent, Obie allowed this community to prosper multiple Kaiju Revolution YouTubers to not only discuss recent developer leaks, updates, and announcements, but also continue to push this agenda of putting PG and KU under a bad light. First and foremost, Kaiju News, a small channel with little under 800 subscribers, creating update videos regarding teasers and updates with only 14 videos under their belt as of writing this. The first 7 videos, however, all include similar title formatting, such as Kaiju Universe is Dead, the next best Kaiju game with lessons on Roblox, or Kaiju Revolution, new teaser and list that brings Kaiju Universe to dev, or even release for Kaiju Revolution and leaks, downfall of Kaiju Universe, Roblox. Eventually, they ceased this naming format since the 8th video's title doesn't mention KU and ceased activity altogether due to being busy. To quote, hello everyone, I want to inform you that me, Zodtic, will be taking over Kaiju News channel. This is not a hack. Then there is Kaiju Revolution News, a significantly smaller channel with less than 400 subscribers and 15 videos to boot. Unlike the previous YouTuber, however, KR News has stated that they were receiving assistance from an Obsidian Games developer, FGX. To state, alright guys, I am trying a new editing style with some help of FGX. You guys might know him if you joined Obsidian Games server. Furthermore, between June 5th and June 15th, one having posted the 3 videos discussing Kaiju Revolution confirmed to have a Godzilla license, and proof that Obie has a license with Toho. Shown within the comments, however, are a larger percentage of users who see right through the fallacy. One comment reads, they don't have one, they're attempting to get one. Again, they just admitted to asking. He's been lying to all of you. They never had one. Maybe they'll get one, but to tell his community he had one secured when he's still asking for one is crazy. Another one reads, they clearly don't have the license. Bro spread misinformation for attention. And my personal favorite, the Kaiju Revolution community would probably believe that Obie is the second coming of Christ if he just told them so. That's funny. KR News continues to post updates and development news as of writing. Lastly, there is GXE News with 1.5 subscribers, 263 videos, and a description reading, and I quote, we provide the most accurate and reliable information for Godzilla and provide some useful and hilarious information for you. Hope you enjoy. Within the scope of a clearly AI-generated profile picture, this channel mainly consists of update videos for Kaiju Revolution, rankings, and questionnaires to list a few. This channel, however, is notable for the fact that they do not respond to criticism or comments well, especially when users disagree with them. Someone comments, please quit, to which GXE responds with, oh, shut up, no life, do something with your life other than being such a loser. Then, someone else comments, very much lies, my friend. You are spreading false information, you're telling people to stop playing KU, all you have to say, stop spread fake stuff, man, it's wrong. To which GXE responds, just stop, bro, you know nothing. Most relevant to this argument, someone else comments, not to mention you're spreading false information about Kaiju to get people to stop playing. You say you don't want the game to die, but you say your progress won't be saved, when the Kaijus are clearly the same stats as they were prior to the DMCA. GXE responds with, it's Kaiju Revolution, and we are mostly going to lose the data from Kaijus that are no longer going to be added. They claim this despite the fact there being an entire announcement on Prometeo Games where Verity states on February 11th, 2024, to quote, some clarifications. There are 2 data stores, the main one and the backups. Once a day, we back up your data to separate systems in order to ensure data safety. We are very serious about not losing players' data. This backup happens upon you playing, so the data may be up to 24 hours older than the last time you played. But keep in mind this is a backup, not the main data stores. The main data stores do not have this 24-hour cycle, and as such are up to date. There is 0 data loss, I can guarantee you. Even if the game's data stores are somehow lost, which they aren't, the most data we could lose is 24 hours worth. We take data integrity extremely seriously. We will make sure we never to lose your data. Lastly, regarding this channel, they have specifically mentioned within comments that, and I quote, there's a new game we're helping Obie with. We'll explain who, what we're doing is in today's video. Whether this is purely an example of parasocial relations between a YouTuber and developer, or directly stating they're in active collaboration with Obsidian Games, is to be debated. This point is supported further, however, when in August 2nd, 2024, Obie stated within the announcement that, and I quote, so I was recently watching YouTube. This one video caught my eye. If you would like to, I wish to see custom maps by our own fanbase, not only for KR but for Ancient Worlds. Credits for this idea goes to this YouTuber here. Provided a screenshot of GXC News channel, which is followed with, and I quote, run his views up and give him a sub while you're at it, smiley face. Remember, caring and growing the community is also looking out for those in the community and helping each other. The hypocrisy and irony in this claim is blaring. The channel is so active, as of typing the script, but evidently these 3 channels produce content primarily for Kaiju Revolution, while continuing to present the false pretense that Kaiju Revolution maintains a license while Kaiju Universe is dying despite the lack of evidence for either, while also having unfiltered responses to individuals doubting what the videos provide. You would suspect Obie's message of please do not go down to the level of PG/KU, so your own person and stay true, would also apply to them, but apparently these YouTubers have not received that message, including his own community, since during silent stream of Kaiju Revolution's stress tests, within the chat you can clearly see users stating, the game will be better than KU. KR should surpass KU and just based on gameplay. KU garbage. ADC. Obie was also actively present during this test, so you would presume he would either moderate chat or specifically ask a mod to handle it, but from the looks of the stream, neither was achieved. Now, so far, the evidence shows Obie's intent to go after Prometeo Games and Vert through multiple means. However, this behavior isn't just singled out to either Vert or the group, but the community as well. To speak from experience, before the first interview occurred, Obie discusses how he doesn't have time to chase someone around. For this particular instance, instead of quoting back and forth, I'll read the entirety of that particular discussion between himself and I. I don't have time to chase someone around. Yet, here you are, chasing someone around, making warnings over stuff that isn't happening because of allegations you continue to propagate only because you decided to counter-expose your ex with screenshots that only prove their argument favorably. Also, if you really want to prove me wrong, then just answer the question instead of dodging it. And for a fact that is, and I proved all the allegations wrong. For which aspect? The raid not happening or the counter-exposing backfiring? As I've even shut down Canonical from this. Then provided below is a screenshot of Obie using the same arguments about racism towards homophobia within direct messages with Canonical. Then just answer the question, did you or did you not say the slurs? It's a very simple question. As I did not, as I've told everyone in the call multiple times. How hard was it to type those words then? Ancient even said, I've never said that, and Roguewise, who's my scripter, even backed Ancient and myself up. I've typed them multiple times, Corgi. Even have it stated that Corp/Kellogg's is just doing this out of spite for me not wanting to get back into a relationship with her. If you're doing it out of spite, then why are you giving into it easily? Never gave into it. I merely have people that I know for years on end to join and clear my name. You could obviously argue, that's anyone's freedom, but you could have simply chose to ignore had it not been anything substantial, yet here you are, already confirming 2 allegations just by pulling stupid arguments. Stupid arguments? Bringing people of respective groups to say you didn't say the insult about a specific group does not alleviate you from having said it. Yet people like you, as I've said, are blinded by false information. This right here is a prime example of believing lies, instead of coming to the source and asking them head-on as proven here. I'm not believing lies. I'm skeptical of your lack of compliance or motivation to actually prove yourself innocent of the fact with your own two hands. Obie then provides a screenshot within the announcement where Ancient and Roguewise come to Obie's defense. Of course, if you want to just say you're stuck between incompetence and ignorance, then it's easier to say that and move on. As I've said, you're only proving my point, so this is a wasteful argument. You just keep going on, even when I and my friends have proven you all wrong. It's only wasteful if you continue to stagnate and prolong the conversation by refusing to provide evidence. There's your evidence. Here's more. You think I'd be sending screenshots for no reason? Asking two close friends who so happen to be black to not call you racist, who you pay no less for KR, doesn't provide much substance when most of these allegations occurred in conversations between you and Corpse. And this is just you shutting down conversation, not mechanical. Like I said, thanks for only proving my point. You're too blind to see it in the logical points made, so go follow CORPSE and her lies. Then by all means, why don't you use your fingers, type the keyboard, and give me, and essentially others since we both know this is being screenshotted and recorded, a valid argument instead of saying, you believe in lies, and I have people prove me innocent. Okay, here's a valid argument. Following this, Obie placed me within a group chat between myself, himself, Ancient, and Roguewise, where he said, and I quote, maybe you two can speak better, sent it to him, unlike me. I then left, given that I clarified he should be providing arguments that are relying on others, but he then re-added me twice in a row for stating, nah, come back here, you want a proof, they'll speak it, this was your idea. Then saying the second time that I'm not racist, because I'm not racist, they proved it, and I said to myself, right now you're just proving my point again, by running. I believe I've given you plenty of validation. From here, the attempt to talk sense by providing personal experiences. However, given the previously mentioned request, I decided to bring in 3 other users with me, Jason, Bammy, and Corpse herself. All 3 knew about what was occurring and opted in to join the group chat to prove how little this form of confrontation can aid. Eventually, Obie had run out of patience and he kicked everyone except Ancient, Roguewise, and Corpse, where he specifically states, I'll see you in court, taking everything you have. To which then, he didn't kick her. Following this conversation, about 16 minutes later, I told him, and this is why we have a one-on-one discussion. Don't pull that unless you're ready to deal with that again. He then offers to call him to, and I quote, hear me by my own voice and listen to what I say. From there, the first interview occurred, which he began by shouting over me after the first 10 seconds. He then provides private information regarding Corpse through Roblox messages post-breakup, which seems oddly convoluted. We will cover that specific point later, but for now, at this timestamp here, he specifically states this.
Here I am trying to explain myself to you, even though I believe I've done that multiple times in DMs and everything. But no, you, Bambi, and Jason are too blind to see it because you still are immature and want to be right and want to get attention.
Lastly, at this timestamp here, I asked Obie if he had bipolarism, which he states,
yes, as she's no doubt showed you the screenshots, and I have history about why I am like this.
Well, here,
I was only raised by my mother, okay? My dad took naked pictures of me when I was only 5 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I have a reason to be caring about everything and overreacting about a lot of stuff. Because if I know it's not true, I tend to overreact a lot.
Even if we aren't covering his mental health yet, I've brought this quote up because he attempted to justify his general behavior because of his bipolarism, which I counter with my own experiences. I'll just quote directly. Okay, let me say this really quickly. 2 things. 1, this is going to be seen by anyone, so frankly, I don't care who knows, but I have autism. Of course, I know how it feels to overreact, to feel you have to, exemplify your point just so you can feel some sort of, an amount of safety or, number of precautions covered. But secondly, you shouldn't allow past incidents with what your dad did to you justify your current behavior. That's just immature. He then continues by discussing how this isn't justifying his behavior since his father was a narcissist. I comment on how he's shaping to be a narcissistic person and proceeding to comment.
I'm not saying nothing about your autism. which I highly respect autistic people.
And I respond with, I don't care. I let it play out for a bit just to provide a better perspective.
My friend, me about to give you a whole ass compliment and everything because I've known autistic people my entire life.
Okay, sure. I know autistic people too. And what does that prove
how
about
about
anything?
instead of being let me ask you this.
Okay,
right now
let's
what
do
you're
this
doing right now what you're doing is your mind is a closed fist. Go and try and open a door like that. Can you do that? No.
Done.
Open your mind up and then your hand becomes an open hand. Then can you open a door?
Open a door to what exactly? You're making a path, but you're clearly not saying where. To what? Being open-minded? To aligning yourself with people with similar disabilities? I don't have to, be friends with so many autistic people, and yet, if it inevitably happens, then that's fine. If they're good people, then what can I do? They're cool people, and I can't judge them for that. But I'm not going to, illustrate myself as a character who is going to be directly involved with anything that's involved with my past life. I want to be improving myself, and I don't mind still being friends with them. But to say that, past issues like, I don't know, anger issues or being bullied, for example, that's not going to make me now. I'm not going to be some bully like harassing people or, yelling at every single person just because they want to prove me wrong. No, I own up to it, I apologize, and I continue. And what you're doing is essentially the opposite. You're getting people and previous events to justify what you're doing now instead of owning up to them and or admitting them, at least to some degree. Is that really a difficult thing for you to, do?
Hopefully my own quote isn't taken out of context given my hesitation and pulling an analogy from nowhere, just to prove how useless using one's own issues to justify their current problems is. After the specific point from the interview, however, up until the aftermath of this very video, Obie and I have been neutral in terms of communication given what I've seen and written, but he did initially harass me at the beginning. This isn't to say that it ends here, because if you take notice of the transcript from earlier, he has stated, I don't have time to chase anyone around. Prior to that message, he had pinged me, saying, you might want to show Bammy this before I get their Discord account terminated for not following Discord TOS. Just saying about your little raid tonight, this is against Discord TOS instead of believing someone that is my ex and only doing this sort of stuff out of pure spite of me, not wanting to get back to her. How about you come to me directly and ask me? He then shows me unrelated screenshots involving the previously mentioned mechanical screenshot and a trial moderator asking Obie if the allegations are true. I didn't ask, and this aligns with a quote-unquote raid how? He then states he received multiple DMs claiming Bammy is about to raid a server, where he then threatens to, and I quote, see their accounts and who is followed terminated. When I asked Bammy for Obie since he was blocked, Bammy responded with, a raid against OG? Why would I do that? I clearly stated in WWC and Staples and Bammy's server, do not raid. He then provides numerous pings stating do not go raiding in those respective servers. Despite providing Obie this information that Bammy specifically said, he decided to ping his server regardless, stating, so, as for the raid happening tonight on our server, I wish for those who will be up, get every Discord member's name that joined randomly and screenshot them all. This raid will be led by Bammy, so if they wish to be immature, let them. We'll see how mature they'll be when their Discords get terminated for going against Discord's TOS. The raid never happened. However, more importantly regarding how he treats community members, more specifically a former PG admin, he personally wants to harass Corpse. Due to the amount of information on this will be its own dedicated section in the video, but for now, we will cover publicly available instances where, despite Corpse providing an apology for posting the first document against Obie, he ignored the forced apology, more context on that later, and posted onto both YouTube community posters and Twitter stating, by the way, Kellogg's, nice fake document. Here's a very nice one about you. Let's see if you hold a developer/contributor job after this. Providing a link of his own allegations against Corpse, which I previously stated in a recap that, and I quote, the screenshots depict her as two-faced, weaponizing mentioning of his family with an argument that started without a justified cause. Furthermore, after initially posting the allegation document against Corpse, Obie ordered his committee to harass Corpse with indirect messages, provided it through her second document. This tweet and post were taken down after being reported for harassment, hence what was, and I quote, not worth doing, as previously stated. If this doesn't already highlight how far Obie will take his behavior from colleagues, friends, previous partners, and community members, then the very last bit of evidence reveals that this is exclusive to Super Meat games. On the Obsidian Game group board, a user named Pa shows skepticism regarding the existence of the license due to the lack of evidence, which Obie responds aggressively within the boards, providing little to no reasoning except for diverting the conversation to God, stating that they have Shimo in-game despite there being no servers, attempting to remove the NDA clause from the agreement, and claiming, and I quote, I'm a very forgiving person. He also provided a list of his employees, developers, moderators, etc., race, despite there being little to no mention of it within their bios, which could be viewed upon as a violation of privacy. Despite claiming he was above others for striving to forgive, and having asked his community to refrain from participating in toxicity, he contradicts his own statements by conveying ill intent towards Verret and Prometeo games through repeated instances of petty revenge, threats of contracts, pinning blame for his actions elsewhere, hiring staff either of previous PG employment or intense scrutiny, plagiarizing what he sold away, attempting to stir drama within PG and OG by influencing YouTubers of either side, all while harassing individuals of both sides. All this to settle an argument he is having with himself. Similarly to the last section, the name of this video's portion acts as an umbrella term for various topics, but won't be as convoluted as the previous section. Instead, this portion will cover two main points: the legitimacy behind the license, and how funds are evidently being misused. To reiterate from the introduction, I do not claim to be a professional, however most of the information that is about to be discussed will include various sources for policies, contractual agreements, various laws, MSRP, etc., etc. On the same day Kaiju Universe is closed down due to the DMCA, February 10th, 2024, Obie pinged everyone within Obsidian Games to announce, and I quote, I am aware of PG being forced to take down KU. I tried to tell them of KU's exceeding multiple copyright claims. Guess it's time for us to take over now. Nearly 50 days later, on March 30th, 2024, he expanded on that last claim by announcing, and I quote, I have officially secured a contract with Tohoku LTC. Kaiju Revolution will be coming soon. Along with his announcement was also the threat of forcing PG to either undergo name changes or be forced within a revenue sharing agreement with Obie, which we previously discussed. He claimed when they initially negotiated, he flexed his wallet at Toho, managing to convince them into signing a contract to evidently create an online sandbox combat game with live service similar to Kaiju Universe. He had also claimed during an interview, specifically at this timestamp, when I asked if he knew more about the nature of the DMCAs, he stated,
Well, that's one of the reasons, but another reason is because of me. Because of KR.
What would you mean? Like, what exactly happened?
So they could, let's say figuratively, Toho kept it up, right?
Right.
Just kept all the games up and everything. And I come out and I have the contract.
Mm.
However, KU and all these other games are more popular than my game. Why would Toho want that? This is an officially licensed contract. We have a contract.
Right.
I don't know why people keep saying license. We're renegotiating the entire deal right now, thanks to Kevin.
Then, as stated within Obie's quote, on June 5th, 2024, Obie announces, and I quote, we are now currently trying to renegotiate a new deal with Toho, providing a screenshot of emails between Ancient, who is allegedly renegotiating for Obie, and a license and brand partnerships manager from Toho International. This renegotiation is specifically meant to remove the NDA agreement and to loosen demands to use more than kaijus for the beginning of the game, as he stated at this timestamp of the third interview. After I asked if Kevin is trying to negotiate for the contract to use the licenses, Obie then responded with
renegotiate. No, have a renegotiate the current contract, get the NDA removed.
To get the NDA removed, right?
And we're gonna add royalties for Toho. So I assume Toho's gonna make an account if they don't already have an official account. They're gonna make one, and we're gonna give them a certain percentage out of the group. Probably, I guarantee it's probably gonna be a lot.
And having also stated the latter within different means, Roblox group, YouTube comments, DMs, etc. Before we move along to dissecting the screenshot of the email, since it's the only evidence Obie could use to support his argument, there's two discrepancies I'd like to address quickly. Firstly, Obie has stated numerous times that he negotiated with Toho to sign a contract for Kaiju Revolution, but then states Ancient would be responsible for renegotiating the deal. He also stated within the same interview that, at this timestamp of the third interview, he stated,
Like I told you last time, Kevin's way better at that stuff than I am.
how was it he managed to contact Toho and sign into an agreement that would have been considerably more difficult in comparison to Ancient using pre-established communications between OG and Toho to renegotiate the deal? Secondly, as provided within a previously stated quote, Obie claimed the DMCAs were because of Kaiju Revolution. This does not make sense if he officially entered an agreement with Toho on March 30th this year, while the DMCAs occurred between the 8th and 10th of February. OG could realistically argue it was due to being in active negotiation with Toho, but this would imply that Toho was so confident enough in a small group that held no experiences or any successful projects that they would ignore the numerous other games that held more potential compared to KR. These contradictions, presented only 4 months apart about straightforward information, already doesn't look good for his case, but first, let's look into the screenshot to see if there's validity behind the contract. When looking into the screenshot, there's two noticeable points: the provided email itself and an address. The email reads as follows: Hello, blank. Thank you for reaching out. My name is blank, and I'm the licensing and brand partnership manager here at Toho International. As you can imagine, we receive inquiries regarding an official Godzilla Roblox game, but I'm happy to learn more. Could you please share your availability towards the end of the month? Listed below is an address for Toho's International LA office, or specifically 2029 Century Park East Suite 1140, Los Angeles, California 90067, and a phone number. Let's first cover the address since it will help clarify the number as well. When you search this address through Google search engine, a MapQuest link will be provided, which will include information about the location, the office's phone number, and a link to Toho's international website. Within their website, there's no mention of contact using either provider numbers, whether it be a representative, the office number, or direct communications with the company. However, this shouldn't go without saying, do not call these numbers or harass anyone that is behind it. It won't amount to anything except agitating either Toho potentially or scaring an innocent by the sender. So, keep that warning in mind. At the moment, though, this is essentially a dead end when looking to credibility, but provided by one of Obie's colleagues, whom will remain unnamed for their privacy, has provided an unedited screenshot that only provides the name and email of the licensing/brand partnership manager, Kevin Fukuhara. Provided through his LinkedIn page, he is currently the licensing and brand partnership manager for Toho, working with brands such as Godzilla, My Hero Academia, Spy X Family, Dorohedoro, etc. He has worked with Toho since February 2023 as a full-time manager around the San Francisco Bay, usually reposting or commenting on merchandise, streaming updates, events, etc. on LinkedIn. So, the individual in question is real, so this must mean the email is real, right? Don't jump the gun too quickly, because there's a different matter within the screenshot. The text that Fukuhara sends to Ancient by email has noticeable issues, primarily in how the structuring of the text is phrased informally to the point it suggests ignorance from the licensor. For example, Fukuhara states his full name, job title, and the company he works under as an introduction to Ancient, who most likely already knew this through Obie. On one hand, this could be interpreted as just a kind gesture when holding a conversation, but the structure of the remaining text seems like Fukuhara was ignorant about the conversation on the other hand, where he has stated, as you can imagine, we receive many inquiries regarding a official Godzilla game, but I'm happy to learn more. After his introduction, why would a licensing brand partnership manager be happy to learn more about an official Godzilla Roblox game if he, as someone put in charge of handling Toho's IP, would have already known about this? This cluelessness is also suggested through his introduction, since if Obie wanted to switch places with someone to voice additional concerns within a renegotiation, he would have had to let all involved parties know about this, and yet Fukuhara still reintroduces himself without deliberately assuming Ancient was provided necessary information beforehand. Secondarily to this point, however, Fukuhara also seems to question numerous inquiries being sent regarding Godzilla Roblox games. Does this also mean he doesn't know about the DMCAs he would have sent towards Roblox? He would have to know this considering his job entails that they oversee licensing agreements, managing relationships with licensors and licensees, and ensuring compliance with licensing laws. Concurrently with the structuring in how it's phrased, the actual vocabulary seems off, especially within the statement, my name is blank and I'm the licensing and branding partnerships manager here at Toho International. Something about how here is phrased puts extra emphasis on the informality since it essentially comes off as rude. For example, I previously introduced myself plainly, but I were to suddenly say, "My name is Corgi190. I am the third member here at the JJCC Empire." It comes off too strongly for a statement that should be more professional within a conversation regarding legal use of Godzilla's IP. This leads to the likely suggestion that, despite the email's address validity, since it does redirect to the LinkedIn page, the email messages are fabricated due to informalities of inconsistent intentions being presented. This is also supported by the existence of yet another fake email provided by someone within the Kaiju Arisen server, prior to the recent DMCAs, where it states, and I quote, "We here at Toho Licensing and Partnership Manager view our assets to the highest degree. We appreciate you for reaching out in order to negotiate terms and agreements for your game on the Roblox platform, known as Kaiju Universe. We are well aware of your concerns for your game and will look into the possibilities of a potential arrangement. Godzilla is our biggest icon alongside our many other assets. Please allow up to 14 business days for a further response. The Licensing and Partnership Management section at Toho sees our business hours, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. UTC plus 9. Once we've reached a decision, we will let you know the best way to proceed in regards in a future meeting." While portions of this email could be considered unnecessary or informal on how considerate the person behind the text is, this exudes more credibility in phrasing, providing information regarding scheduling or regarding assets, unlike the screenshot Obie showed during his announcement. With this, and what will be discussed afterwards, this email and the contents of which are fake, not only because of these informalities, but also because there are numerous legal ramifications behind this renegotiation. A quick disclaimer before we actually discuss these legal ramifications. Once again, I do not claim to be an expert, but for the past month I have thoroughly researched these NDA agreements, video game publishing contract details, and numerous policies through multiple sites. You can take these with a pinch of salt, but you should reason with the evidence and laws I'm about to provide over the next, let's see, this YouTube bar, 14 minutes. All the necessary links will be provided in the main document. Now, Obie has stated during the interview regarding negotiations that at this timestamp of the third interview,
right as soon as we get that NDA removed, we're gonna shut people up and post it.
For those who are unaware, a NDA or a non-disclosure agreement is a contract one or more parties signed to agree not to disclose confidential information they shared with each other as a necessary part of business. There's different instances where NDAs can be used, but within the entertainment business, which encompasses media like literature, films, and video games, NDAs are specifically used to protect confidential information, trade secrets, and creative works. As such, the necessity of an NDA, especially with a contract involving Toho, becomes apparent when you consider how strict Toho has become with their IP since 1998. However, despite claiming to be negotiating a deal to remove the NDA, Obie fails to recognize the issues this will cause. Once you sign a non-disclosure agreement, these can be legally enforced, agreed upon terms and conditions, and there are only 3 ways to negotiate these terms. 1. Before signing an NDA, legally you cannot deny signing or disinclude it from a contract, especially considering the circumstances with Toho, but instead you can make amendments to address concerns about the NDA. Particularly in this case, being able to narrow down the scope of confidential information. But because they already signed before concerns were addressed, this option isn't possible. 2. Both parties would have to mutually agree to make addendums to modify their contract. However, this is dependent on what type of NDA Obsidian Games have signed. If they signed a unilateral NDA, which is where one party has confidential information they want to protect, while the other agrees to keep this information confidential, then that means only one party can sign to lift an NDA. However, if it's a mutual NDA, where both parties have confidential information they both agree to keep confidential, then both parties will need to sign. Most likely, both parties have signed a mutual NDA due to Toho's policies regarding piracy, which we will get to soon. However, because Obie stated he wanted to remove the NDA, which is needed to keep development of an officially run game confidential, Toho would not agree to these terms since it would just put their IP to risk. And then 3. Creating a new contract to renegotiate the terms that would provide some flexibility in being able to show the contract. This would most likely be the option Obsidian Games would proceed with, considering the first option is impossible unless you create a new contract, and the second option is an impossibility if Toho wishes to protect our IP. However, if they have taken this approach, the first contract will be completely nullified while they renegotiate the terms of the NDA. This would suggest that between June 5th, when this email was sent, to the premiere of this very video, Obsidian Games would have been under a contract, and thus they would not have licenses. Most importantly, however, once you do sign a non-disclosure agreement, any breach of privacy, or information in regards to the agreed terms and conditions, no matter how small, will nullify the NDA and overall contract, which Obie has already done multiple times. Most prominent example of breaches is any mention of Kaiju Revolution being an officially licensed game and the existence of a legal contract between Toho Co. Ltd. and OG. Mentioning confidential information outside of the party you signed a mutual NDA agreement with can be considered a breach, mostly because once you sign, you're obligated to keep this information until after it expires. Then there's that mention regarding specific guidelines. Obie needs to follow as stated within the screenshot here, to quote, "That's why I'm only allowed 10 Kaiju, trademarked at the start. I also have a strict guideline to follow." Given these specific guidelines, which would most likely fall under the NDA since this involves information about how Toho would want Obsidian Games to develop Kaiju Revolution, would also count as a breach. Lastly, there are multiple examples of assets being publicly revealed, despite how early they are still within development, far from properly marketing the game. For example, during the third interview, specifically at this timestamp, he shares his screen to show off numerous KR assets to an individual, me, who doesn't work for the company, showing off 19 separate Kaiju, 18 of which are exclusively Toho property, which includes the following: Titanosaurus, Mothra Mago, Shua Jet Jaguar, Baggin, Space Godzilla, Shimo, the Wart Dog, Monster X, Final Wars Godzilla, -1 Godzilla, Godzilla 54, Mothra Larva, Heisei King Ghidorah, Kiryu, Little Godzilla, Butter Long Legs, and the Kamacuras. To an extent, this would also include every dev leak posted within Obsidian Games for previously discussed reasons, but because of these 5 examples of breaches against the NDA, this would immediately nullify any contract that they held with Toho. And yet, they still claim to be licensed by Toho. Despite this, however, NDAs provided with the full contract are only meant as a security to keep information secretive between both signing parties exclusive and nothing more. However, aside from this agreement, there are additional points provided within the contract, specifically between companies developing media that can reveal specifics about how their partnerships work and how they handle finances. But to explain this properly, I'll have to explain how publishing and developing companies work within a contract, so sit tight. Whenever video game developing companies want to create games, they need to secure sources of funding that will allow them to complete these projects within a realistic period of time. These funds for development will vary greatly depending on the team size, the genre, the scope of the project, and intellectual property licensing costs. However, depending on what is being pitched, these could be affordable. Some developers will be dependent on crowdfunding like Kickstarter, GoFundMe, or RallyUp, or investors paying for either a quick buck or seeing the potential of a project. But then there's the option to sign under a publishing company. Aside from publishing titles, publishers are also responsible for distribution, marketing, and financing development of the game. So when they sign into a contract with developers, discussions of considerations will take place. Considerations are what each party needs to promise or provide something of value to each other to maintain a mutually beneficial deal. For this particular instance, publishing companies will promise to give developers payments as well as actively handle marketing and advertisements and distribute their game digitally or physically. In exchange, however, they will ask for a percentage of revenues or royalties whenever the game releases until it recaptures the amount spent. And they will be given the rights to use licensed material for marketing and advertising. When it comes to handling intellectual property, however, factors can vary heavily, including which publishing company you work under, existing reputation of developing company, etc. But for this example, let's say developing companies want to use the IP from a different company to make this game. Developers will first have to purchase the license to use the intellectual property for the company that owns the IP, which means a completely different contract, but don't worry, this is leading somewhere. Then, developers will use the pay provided by publishers to pay off the royalties for said licenses. Once the game releases, after paying off the publishing company, a percentage of their revenue will go back to the company who lent the IP. Now, that we have discussed how publishers and developers collaborate within a contract, we can now apply this knowledge to the alleged contract between Obsidian Games and Toho. Obviously, Obsidian Games will be the developing company, however, Toho is a split case between 2 separate possibilities. Either this game would be distributed, or at least marketed, by Toho Games, a subsidiary company under Toho Co. Ltd. since 2020, which was responsible for Run Godzilla, Godzilla Destruction, and Godzilla Battle Line, as well as Godzilla Voxel Wars. Or Roblox themselves. If we take path A for a spin, this would immediately make match how Obie's negotiations are formatted, since Toho Games would already have access to their parent company's intellectual property and be within a position to circulate the money back into Toho through royalties and revenue sharing. However, because this is a Roblox game, the most impact Toho Games could have within the contract that holds IP and publishing, the funds would focus on paying developers more, while slightly into advertising due to the fact this game isn't a mainstream mobile game, or AAA game, or collaborative effort, which means it would use Kaiju Revolution as, to put into layman terms, a tax write-off. Then, if we take path B, not only would Obie have to contract with Roblox to have an officially licensed game, since it will take cuts from their revenue, but also have to obtain licenses to utilize Toho's intellectual property. Previously, I mentioned how reputation factors into negotiating these IP licenses. This is where we discuss that topic thoroughly, through hypotheticals. Two companies approach a larger company that owns a popular IP. Both companies want to use their IP, and a larger company who wants to negotiate with either based on performance. The first group is starting out fresh. No projects, new developers, wanting to start up big. The second group has been active for 5 years, being able to repeatedly run a game with nearly 70,000 purchases with a team of experienced developers. Of the two companies, who would the larger company entrust their IP and negotiate the terms with? The second company would be chosen due to the reliability in handling their property, while reassuring the larger company with their experience and annual profits. As such, these two companies will negotiate free uses of their IP in exchange for a cut of revenues made following launch. Most companies will operate with a similar bias in not only companies, but with employees or markets, albeit with additional factors. But what this proves, however, is had Obie stayed with Prometeo Games and somehow managed to negotiate with Toho, despite the previously discussed instances where he couldn't complete a project past the pre-development phases, he would have had better chances there compared to Obsidian Games' lack of experience. And yet, despite the lack of experience with the overall group has, they still claim they're officially licensed? Outside of the broad details regarding contractual agreements between publishing and developing companies, there are policies Toho can enact through these deals in regards to how they will maintain and handle confidential information. That same link provided from the MapQuest link becomes relevant now because within their website, Toho has privacy policies. On the surface, they wouldn't be significant with any argument, since commonly privacy policies are utilized to keep information between visitors and the website itself confidential, and this still applies to Toho's policies. However, through these terms, this could also be applied elsewhere due to how broad the policies have been typed. When you look into Toho's privacy policies, the beginning of it reads as follows. Updated as of April 1st, 2021, Toho Co. Ltd., hereinafter referred to as Toho, shall handle personal information, as defined below, of its customers, shareholders, clients, job applicants, and employees appropriately under the following privacy policy, hereinafter referred to as this privacy policy. Under this specific line, this already dictates the broadened territory this policy will include, and if we applied the terms used on Obie/Obsidian Games, he would be considered a client since, by definition, they are, and I quote, a person or organization using the services of a lawyer, other professional person, or company. Now, we could read through all 10 points listed below this privacy. However, there are 4 relevant yet short points that we need to discuss that will become very useful soon, which will include both the NDA and contract information. The first point, listed as Toho shall comply with relevant laws and regulations, specifically states that Toho shall comply with Japan's Act of the Protection of Personal Information, hereinafter referred to as the APPI, and its rules and guidelines, hereinafter collectively referred to as the guidelines, issued by the Personal Information Protection Community in Japan. This alone will dismiss these policies as applicable to OG due to being within Japan. However, a subpoint within this first policy states, Toho shall revise this privacy policy as appropriate in accordance with the enactment, revision, or abolition of laws and regulations stated in 1, here and above in the future, and or changes as customary practice regarding the personal information inside and outside Japan. This is also supported by additional policies stated regarding residents of their specific states. However, we will stick to the primary policies since this covers necessary areas. The second point, listed as Toho shall obtain personal information in a proper manner and use it only for limited purposes, discusses within 3 headings, with 1, providing a list of how they would use personal information, 2, how they would announce its use outside of that list, and 3, how they will ask for consent outside of the first 2 headings. However, main focus here is diverse heading since the fifth item on that list includes, and I quote, purposes of use of personal information of any and all individuals stated through 1 through 5 for business analysis and marketing research concerning Toho's and its affiliates' movies, plays, real estate, or other business. In short, this essentially means they will be using personal information to analyze businesses involved with their media. The third point is listed as Toho shall comprehensively manage the safety of personal information, which is self-explanatory. However, its first bullet point summarizes what this entails. To quote, in order to prevent the loss, damage, illegal removal, outflow, falsification of personal information, Toho shall establish internal regulations and take necessary and appropriate measures for safety management thereof. The fourth and last relevant point is listed as, and I quote, Toho shall properly supervise outsourcing parties that Toho provides personal information. I'll read what it quotes before claiming anything. To quote, when necessary, Toho may delegate all or part of their work involving the handling of personal information to a third party. In this case, Toho shall enter into a contract regarding appropriate handling of personal information with the third party and then provide such personal information therewith to the extent it is deemed necessary for the performance of the delegated work. In the event that the handling of personal information is so delegated, Toho shall supervise such third parties to ensure its proper handling of such personal information. What this means, in layman terms, is Toho will entrust personal information to third parties via contract, and in the event that this personal information is completely handed over, they will supervise the third party to ensure its proper handling. The main point in bringing up Toho's privacy policy is mainly to prove if they entered a legally binding contract with Obsidian Games involving using their IP and publishing their very game, Toho would have to maintain the personal information of their clients and employees with the possibility of having to supervise them if they entrust too much personal information through that same NDA. Now, if it wasn't already clear, there have been multiple violations already by breaching the non-disclosure agreements and infringing intellectual property by providing the false pretense that are officially licensed despite being in a heavily disadvantaged position of lacking experience. However, through the discussions regarding the non-disclosure agreements, contracts between publishers and developers, and Toho policies, you are probably asking your screen, where the hell is this going? Simple. I needed you viewers to understand how these worked within the supposed contract because there are multiple contradictions that make you question what is even happening. If Toho had signed this contract to either license or publish KR while also signing under the NDA, how come Obie can freely discuss this anytime he has been confronted? On multiple occasions, as I've shown prior, he has discussed these details openly within YouTube comments, Discord servers, DMs, or voice calls with most people who aren't authorized under the NDA. However, this isn't the icing on the cake, because most intellectual property, especially Godzilla's IP, will use trademarks or logos anytime they advertise games. For example, Godzilla X Kong's trailers include a text on the bottom right stating 2023 Legendary Warner Bros. Entertainment, all rights reserved, Godzilla trademark and copyright Toho Co. Ltd. Then, for the trailer of Godzilla Battleline, on the same corner, trademark and copyright Toho Co. Ltd. Then on the SH Monster Arts, it states copyright Toho Co. Ltd. 1954 to 2024. And all related characters are trademarked of Toho Co. Ltd. All rights reserved. Furthermore, on this point, most kaiju owned under Toho will have a trademark icon anytime it's specifically used on merchandise or video games, at least with the Wii. So, to this point, we look over to Kaiju Revolution's page, where not only is any image missing to represent the game, but also states within the description, join our community server to see weekly updates. We hope you enjoy it. This will be one hell of a ride for all of us. Smiley face. And if we look at the numerous dev leaks, no trademark is included with any of them for either Toho or Legendary. Continuing along, let's pretend to ignore this obvious misuse of IP because there's also the nature of ignoring another term under the contract. As Obie stated previously, and I quote, that's why I am only allowed 10 kaiju, trademarked, at the start. I also have a strict guideline to follow. Despite still being within renegotiation, he went ahead of Toho's confirmation and developed an additional 20 kaiju without their approval, which only means he has been misusing materials, timing and fun primarily, during development. But this implies he misused funds because not only is Kaiju Revolution developed on Blender, which is a completely free software, but also because he doesn't pay the majority of his employees. Aside from the fact few employees allegedly volunteer to work under Obie, there's guaranteed evidence that he is having them work without pay, provided by one of Obie's colleagues, whom we won't disclose their identity for the sake of privacy, and are screenshots of a contract he wanted his employees to sign. Said contract lists 8 points including payments, which states, the client shall pay the developer a total fee of blank for the completion of the project. Payment shall be made as follows. Describe the scope of work, include deliveries, milestones, and project timelines. Effective after game produces revenue. Which is exploitative when considering if they are on a contract, they should be receiving funds from Toho that goes directly to the entire development team, but even if they did receive funds, it unfortunately couldn't go to the majority of the developers. Reasoning is because in a separate tab called Contract, Obie asks for the Roblox username, IRL name, and explicitly stating, and I quote, however, if you're under the age of 18, just put underage and where your first name would go. Of the 11 developers seen within the screenshots, 10 of them are stated as underage, or more specifically, between the ages of 11 to 17. They can't be paid because legally within the US, anyone under 18 years old would not fit the necessary criteria of contractual capacity. Contractual capacity, if you are wondering, means the individual signed the contract must understand the contents of the contract and be capable of enacting the agreed upon terms and conditions. However, the criteria states if you are a legal minor, under 18, mentally ill, or intoxicated, you won't be able to sign, and if you do, it would void the contract. Legally, the only way for underage individuals to sign contracts would be to receive consent from their legal guardians or parents. However, this is also voidable if a dispute occurs where either the employee goes against the terms or the parents say something regarding it. Furthermore, this contract between developer and owner of the company would be necessary since Toho would need personal information regarding their clients and employees. If it wasn't enough already, however, the considerations between Toho and OG are also in question since publishing companies are supposed to be paying for development, advertising, and distribution, while developers must pay royalties for both IP and funds provided by licensors or publishers, respectively. This is not the case, however, due to Obie's statement within the second interview transcript when I asked where the Discord and Patreon money were going. He specifically stated, developing and advertising and mainly paying Toho. There have been multiple options of seeing a game utilized to siphon funds allegedly into Kaiju Revolution, despite the fact Toho is supposed to be financing them. Each of these options already demonstrate multiple rules being broken under the TOS policies of each option. Beginning with their currently unavailable Patreon, since it has been removed, they used to hold 5 roles you could purchase with subsets of benefits and rewards. Said roles include the Morpher Larva role, which costed $4 and provided access to the Patreon posts and updates, while also giving you alpha tester access to Kaiju Revolution. Next, there is the Titanicilla role, costing $6 with previously discussed benefits and providing sneak peeks into developments. Then, there is the Titanus Ghidorah role, which costs $17, providing previous benefits and awards, allowing you to participate in weekly Q&A sessions within the Patreon and having your name appear within the credits. Penultimately, there is the King of the Monsters role, costing $33, which also comes with all the previous benefits, but provides the capability to vote what features should be developed and accessed, and provided access to the developer chats. Lastly, the Monster X role, which costs $329, which does not come with benefits since it's only specified, and I quote, for those who want to show out of this world levels of dedication. Then, within their Discord server shop on Obsidian Games, evidently, there used to be 5 roles of varying prices. Originally, it included the Death role, listed at $11, the Destroyer role, listed at $16, the Space role, listed at $6, a Team Obby role going for $11, and No Filter, which allowed users to curse, costing $6. Each of these Kaiju roles included the trademark icon of Ghidorah, Destroyer, and Space Godzilla with specific benefits listed within the FAQs of Obsidian Games. Under the question of, do the paid server roles have any perks, it answers below saying they have exclusive access to the developer posts and get a chance to speak with developers. However, at some point, these roles were discounted from their original prices to $3, $4, and $4 respectively, while the No Filter role was removed from the shop. Both services were stated to be going into paying development, advertising, and royalties. However, there is an issue of lack of disclaimers, or age. For example, on June 3rd, 2024, when Ancient's announcements on launching a Patreon before they reach 5,000 members, he has stated, and I quote, We've also received many messages from members asking how they can contribute further. After careful consideration, we're launching a Patreon. This will allow those who wish to support us financially to do so and gain access to a ton of exclusive perks. The remainder of this announcement only involves a thanks to those supporting, but no disclaimer about not having to purchase their roles. This also includes Discord roles when, a few days later, on the 11th, Obie announces, "We have 3 new roles, not a part of the Patreon. RL merch coming soon." Still no disclaimer, although we will cover physical merchandise in a few minutes. Then, there's violations of both Patreon's and Discord's term of service involving age. Specifically under the second heading of the policies of Patreon called Your Account, it states, to create an account or otherwise use Patreon, you must at least be 13 years old and you must also be old enough to consent to a processing of your personal data in your country. You must be at least 18 years old or have your parents' or legal guardian's permission to have a creator page on Patreon or to purchase an offering or subscription on Patreon. Then, on Discord's TOS, specifically under Age Requirements and Responsibility of Parents and Legal Guardians, it states, by accessing our services, you confirm that you are at least 13 years old and meet the minimum age required by the laws in your country. If you are old enough to access our services in your country but not old enough to have authority to consent to our terms, your parents or legal guardian must agree to our terms on your behalf. Because of these circumstances this community revolves around, specifically a Roblox community revolving around Kaiju, there's a very strong likelihood a large percentage of the group are not 13 plus, let alone 18 plus, which means a large proportion of evident revenue being made here are from impressionable and or young viewers who legally can't make purchases with the consent of parents. This doesn't stop with Discord or Patreon, since Obsidian Game also provides UGC items and access pay on the Roblox groups / store experiences, etc. Firstly, with the UGC, on June 27th, 2024, Obie announced when they reached 6,000 members under a group that their Dominus Obsidius, which is a heavily modified Dominus UGC item, would be released, costing 100 Robux then and now. Issue of this, however, in March 2023 within the Creator Hub forums, Roblox specifically announces the prohibition of copying items on the marketplace. They have heavily stated primarily, and I quote, creators in the UGC program must adhere to our community standards, term of use, and marketplace requirements which prohibit creating items that are overall similar to existing items. If creators violate these policies and guidelines by creating or copying existing items, we reserve the right to remove them from the UGC program. In addition, all of the creators' items created while they were a part of the UGC item will be removed and taken off sale. Based on the prohibitions, the Dominus Obsidius violates the policy and guidelines stated by the community standards, TOS, and marketplace requirements due to the fact that it copies the Dominus series. The Dominus series consists of 16 expensive hats, which include the Imperius, the Infernus, Frigidus, Mesor, Vipertilio, Aureus, Astra, Rex, Pitasium, Perfectus, Maneri, Claves, Deadly Dark, Formidadulicis, Desperationis, and Azurelite. It's blatantly obvious OG's UGC copies the design to appeal to users due to the general popularity of the Dominus hats. But lastly, there's also Roblox experiences Obsidian Game profits off, not through game passes or visits, but by users paying to access it. As previously mentioned, in order to either access Kaiju Revolution or SCP Requiem, you would have to pay 100 to 500 Robux respectively, despite the severe lack of content. While there is no exact number of users who have purchased access, it could be implied that the 12k members under Obsidian Games have bought access due to the false pretense I'll be sold to users. There are also 2 potential methods that were considered but ruled out due to impracticality. Previously mentioned in the announcement regarding 3 roles, Obie had mentioned IRL merch coming soon, which we've discussed further within the second interview. When asked this endeavor, he mentioned how they would only focus on Roblox items, backpacks, and accessories, while staying clear of making anything Godzilla related due to the competition between Kim Island and Moonlast. I had also asked about the information behind a screenshot of Quasi's Megalon and Gigan models that were circulating within Obsidian Games. He stated they were just fan models made for fun and not for merchandising. However, at this point, I will present skepticism towards his claim due to the evidence so far. To essentially summarize the overall point, there legally is no contract between Toho and Obsidian Games. The numerous inconsistencies between Obie's claims on both US laws and different policies create too many holes within any argument he produces, which is proven through various NDA breaches, infringing trademark property, going against agreed upon terms, and using money provided by his community allegedly on Kaiju Revolution, despite that being the responsibility of publishers. However, it's evidently clear this money isn't going to KR due to the lack of developer pay or progression with KR's development. This leads to one large question worth asking. If he isn't under a contract with Toho, not paying his developers, and isn't progressing his game past developmental hell, then where is his money circulating towards? Well, when looking into various social media platforms Obsidian Games resides on, there is a consistent string of connections being seen in each account. For every Obsidian game page, there is a pre-existing account made by Obie, and aside from obvious platforms like Roblox or Discord, there's also Twitter X, Instagram, and TikTok. Specifically on his TikTok page, however, of the 124 posts as of this script's development, the majority of them include showing off his truck. And during an interview, I deliberately asked around this timestamp, if, and I quote, "You post your truck on TikTok? No? Well, what's the truck exactly? The specs." Obie then briefly describes his truck and accompanying modifications made onto it.
Oh, it's a 2008 GMC Sierra SLE.
Mm-hmm.
And I built it from the ground up. I got it stock, put a lift kit on it,
Nice.
and went from there. Got a lift kit put on, and I put a stage 2 racing cam in it.
You said you put a lift up on it?
Lift kit, yeah.
What kind?
Rough country.
In each of his posts, especially when they involve his trucks, he includes various tags such as hashtag GMC Serrera, hashtag Stage 2 Cam, and hashtag Lifted Trucks, as well as hashtag KG1 Forged and hashtag 26x14. These tags will become relevant later in the video, but continuing along in the same interview, Obie provides an answer to a question I posed at around this timestamp.
Do you own other vehicles or no?
I have a boat.
Do you even use it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The same boat was mentioned recently on a poll within the OG Discord server on July 19th, where Obie asks, "Okay, I'm confused on what I should do. I need your help." Below this are two simple answers: keep my boat or trade boat for motorcycle. Of the 709 votes, 439 of them went towards keeping his boat, but this went ignored since a couple of days later, he posts on his TikTok, and I quote, "Buy boat, had to move on to something better," where he posts an image of a newly purchased 2015 Harley-Davidson Street 750 XG. This purchase leads into other vehicles he has purchased and kept, because aside from the Harley-Davidson, he also kept a Honda CBR 250 RR and a Suzuki Hayabusa, as shown within his TikTok posts. The reason for mentioning these various vehicles Obie owns is because he has a keen interest in splurging large amounts of money, at least within the middle class, on collections, addictives, and necessities. This will become adamantly clear in the following points, but once each have been reviewed, I'll be adding them up at the end, mostly through MSRP, aka the manufacturer's suggested retail price, or the average price. But for the time being, circling back onto the interview following the boat question, I've then asked a odd question around this time point.
Okay, this is going to be a very odd question. What I'm about to ask next is going to be incredibly odd, but the quick context behind it. Before the whole peace contract thing, I saw a lot in regarding what happened, and I'm pretty sure I've seen it mentioned once somewhere. Mm-hmm. Do you own guns?
Instead of discussing his arsenal afterwards, I will just put an image of each respective gun, starting now.
Yeah. I have a 300 Blackout, a 12 gauge, a 9mm, 6.5 Creedmoor, a 30-06,
Jesus,
AK, a 5.56, a 223, Actually, I own 3 223s. And I also have a Uzi.
Mhm.
I had to get a permit for that because you can't just own an Uzi. You need a permit for it. So I got a permit for it. Damn, what else do I got? I got a 308.
Mhm.
I got a 20 gauge, 12 gauge. Yeah, I already said 12 gauge. And I got a 10 gauge and an 8 gauge.
Jeez.
But I don't shoot those. Those are kind of scary.
He owns 15 total guns, 2 of which he doesn't fire, and 1 with a necessary permit to own. Keep this in mind for later. Despite the direct confirmation from Obie, the existence of the weapons are further supported by a recording showing Obie opening a locker filled with various firearms, which adorning it on the left is the same Confederate flag that I have asked about earlier. This spending habit isn't exclusive to vehicles or weapons, however, because during the same interview, again, this time at around this timestamp here, I specifically ask, "How are your lungs?" He did respond with,
I'm actually grateful that you asked about that. It is getting really good now. I've
That's
actually
good.
almost stopped vaping entirely. Still working on the cigarettes though. I only smoke those when I'm really stressed out or if I'm just driving by myself.
Mhm.
So for example, maybe if it's Monday, tomorrow for example, I'll probably smoke one in the morning, smoke one on the way home from work. That's it. That's just to loosen up all the shit in my throat from the vape.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to get into it because it's pretty disgusting.
as implied within the video, he only recently stopped vaping and attempts to cut down on heavy cigarette use, which, over time, isn't a cheap endeavor. This point will become very important in the next topic since this ironically proves one of Obie's claims wrong, but for now, we will continue by covering specific personal information about Obie. Despite the fact Obie does not want to openly discuss anything regarding these 2 individuals, he has continuously referred to them throughout OG announcements, recorded interviews, YouTube comments, and community posts. But since these 2 are relevant to the current and following topic, we will continue forward. Obie has 2 kids, a 5-year-old son and a 1-year-old daughter, neither of which he holds custody since he had separated from their respective mothers. The son lives with his own grandparents on his mom's side, while his daughter lives with her birth mother, as stated during the first interview while we were discussing his son at this timestamp.
After several evaluations at the time, because something was not right with me,
Mhm.
I decided to just give full, like, I don't want to say ownership because it's not really, so full rights. Yeah, no, that's the word I'm looking for. Full rights to his grandparents. Because I knew I wasn't capable at the time. I mean, I was still young at the time, so I didn't know, I was panicking here and there. And his
Mhm.
grandparents, completely understanding and everything. Like I said, I see him on major holidays and his birthday. And I call them maybe every other week, check in on him, see how he's doing. I mean, yeah.
We can infer from both cases with his children, since he is a non-custodial parent, a parent who does not have custody of their children, he would be required by law to pay child support for both of his kids. As previously stated, this will be relevant soon. Lastly, during the 3rd interview, he would mention his mom multiple times, to which I just had to blatantly ask around this timestamp, "So do you live with your mom?" He then says the following.
Yeah.
This is literally all the answer towards this question, since following that we discuss his parents, but we will be saving that conversation for later. There's a point mentioning this because we can now take the previously mentioned collections, addictions, and necessities into account. To clarify what I'm about to discuss are rough estimates of how much Obie spent on permanent purchases while also accounting for monthly fees he needs to pay. Afterwards, we will be adding this total up to better grasp Obie's monetary use. So, for starters, his modified 2008 GMC Sierra SOE costs $25,215. The Rough Country Lift Kit, which covers 3.5 inches of suspension, costs $649.95 on Rough Country. The Stage 2 Racing Cam, or the Sum 8701 R1 Stage 2 Racing Camshift, by what Obie claims within his TikTok comments, costs $387.97. The KG1 forged 26x14 wheels, which are customized wheels from KG1 Forge, have an audit price between $860 each to $3,440 total, as listed on Power Wheels, or $6,214 each, $4,856 total, as listed on ST Wheels. Then there is the motorboat, which currently remains unidentified, so for the time being, based on the MSRP of small motorboats, let's assume it costs $20,000 minimum. Then the previously mentioned bikes, the Honda CBR 250RR costs $11,700, the Suzuki Hayabusa costs $18,599, and the 2015 Harley-Davidson Street 750 XG at $7,500. Then there are the guns, which is where calculating the price range for each weapon becomes difficult due to different markets selling the weapons in respective ammo at different prices. So, to simplify calculations, I will be taking the common price of each weapon and the price of rounds each weapon can hold with one magazine or one round. So, to begin tackling this, we will first be discluding the ammo for the 8-gauge and 10-gauge shotguns, since Obie claims, and I quote, "But I don't shoot those are kind of scary." However, this won't change the overall outcome too drastically. With that being said, we'll begin with the 300 Blackout, which costs $725, 15 rounds costing $13. Then the 12-gauge shotgun costs $250, 2 rounds costing $24.95. The 9mm costing $300 with 15 rounds costing $23.74. The 6.5 Creedmoor costs $600 and 20 rounds comes to $20. The 30-06 costs $700 with 8 rounds costing $40. The AK costs $600, 30 rounds costing $13. The 5.56 costs $349, 10 rounds costing $13. The 308 costs $450, 20 rounds costing $20. And the 20 gauge costing $500, 5 rounds costing $26. And the 10 and 8 gauge shotguns each cost $1,000. Then there are the 3 individual 223s, each gun costing $600 and 15 rounds costing $13, or for all 3, $1,800 and $39 respectively. Lastly, the Uzi, which requires a permit to own if it is a post-1986 purchase. Anything but before 1986 is illegal to operate or carry within the US. The gun itself costs $1,109. A permit to carry an Uzi in South Carolina costs $50 with a 5-year renewal, and 32 rounds is $30. But the specific price for ammo is deceiving because Uzis can fire 600 rounds per minute. So for anyone to continuously use this weapon, and to unironically reference a quote, it costs $562 to fire this weapon for 60 seconds. Moving along from weaponry, we now need to consider his apparent habit of smoking or vaping when stressed. This is equally tedious to pin down exact prices like the weapons due to various brands, surveyings regarding use, and my own experience since I prefer to maintain healthy lungs. Luckily, there exists statistics for an average cost, pack number, and number of cigarettes used by smokers. A pack of cigarettes in South Carolina cost $5.57, each holding 20 per carton. If Obie smokes 1 in the morning and 1 after work, as he has stated, then this would mean he smokes 14 per week, 56 per month, 730 per year, or $206.09 annually. However, this is assuming he only smokes 2 per day. He has implied recreationally smoking and vaping simultaneously, which means, assumingly, he is a smoker. Light smokers will typically smoke 5 per day, which will cost $512.44 annually, while heavy smokers will typically smoke 25 per day, boosting it to $2,545.49. But for the sake of the argument, let's assume he's a light smoker due to the lack of audible signs of excessive use. Then there is vaping, or an electronic nicotine delivery system, which requires eco-liquid, which is water, nicotine, and additional chemicals used for flavoring. These pens could be either disposable, costing at between $5 to $20, while refillables cost between $40 to $90. But because using refillables are cheaper in the long run, let's assume he uses refillable vapes. The average amount that's usually purchased is 10 milliliters of e-liquid, or 3 dozen puffs, which will cost between $5 to $10. It is stated that 132 to 140 puffs per day is a safe average users will sit in, albeit consequences will still arise at later dates. But exceeding 200 puffs per day will begin to create issues, particularly impairing the ciliary beat frequency, or the act of tiny hair-like structures, moving mucus and foreign bodies into your throat for coughing or sneezing, and dehydrating your airways, which can create a buildup of phlegm. This buildup could then become trapped within your lungs, leading to mucociliary dysfunction, which can then cause asthma and so on. And because I'll be having stated, and I quote, "That's just loosen up all the crap in my throat" from the vape, I'm not going to get into it because it's very disgusting, we can infer that he vapes 200 puffs or more daily, or 73,000 puffs, or between $120 to $240 yearly. Then there's the matter of child support within South Carolina, which is fairly simple to calculate. Specific guidelines in South Carolina establish a base child support obligation that is decided by the overall income made by both parents. However, only the non-custodial parent, who doesn't have custody of their kids, must pay. The average provided by the Indigo family law dictates the average sits between $793 to $1,628, and considering circumstances of salaries, albeit mixed that will be discussed very soon, we will assume he pays the $1,628 monthly. Lastly, there is the amount he's paying in rent, which, considering he stated to be living with his mom and soon to be mentioned salary, we could assume he must be paying 75%, aka $935.25 a month of the total average of $1,247. So, with most of Obie's purchases being taken into account, we can now add up the overall amount spent while including monthly/annual spendings. At minimum, he has spent $29,692 of his truck if the KG1 forged wheels are only $860 each, or at maximum $40,012.90 if each wheel costs $3,440 each. The remaining vehicles are $57,798, while the gun total price was $9,383. But for the ammo, which includes a minute worth of 9mm ammo for the Uzi, is $794.96 minimum. I must emphasize on the low price being minimum, since this only takes into account the bare minimum of how much each weapon can hold within magazines and rounds. This price could easily be increased if he chooses to use a larger magazine, uses weapons more frequently, legally or illegally modified weapons. So keep that in mind, that the various factors could make this price significantly bigger. Then, smoking would cost $512.44 annually, vaping would cost $120 to $240 annually, $1,628 for monthly child support, and $935.25 monthly for the rent he is paying 75% of. So, the overall total, however, on the low end would be $96,873 spent on permanent purchases, while spending $21,898.38 yearly on ammo, smoking, vaping, child support, and rent. Then on the high end, this could increase to $107,193 on purchases, and $36,047 13 plus yearly on consistent purchases. Regardless of the price range set on a yearly basis, $21K to $36K is still a large sum to, still a large sum of money to spend, even if it goes into child support or rent. But you must be asking now, okay, so what if he spends a lot of money on either luxuries or necessities? How is this involved with the money going to Kaiju Revolution's budget? Well, I'm so glad you asked. Circling back onto Obie's TikTok, there is a specific post composed of 4 images posted on July 3rd, where he states, and I quote, "Bro, I got a serious question for you. How do you afford these rims and your boats if you live paycheck by paycheck? Make a game and stay with it. It'll pay off in the end." In the 4th image, he reveals numerous payments from Roblox on one single payment of $5,820.50 and multiple payments worth $9,215.85 each. The only way Roblox can pay creators directly is through the Developer Exchange, or DevX for short, where earned Robux can be exchanged for real money if they fit under the criteria. Said criteria includes a minimum of 30,000 earned Robux in their account, have a verified account email, and a valid DevX portal account, being 13 and older, and being a community member with good standing who complies with Roblox's terms of use. As for the earned Robux, to directly quote Roblox themselves, to quote, earned Robux only includes Robux you have earned in complete compliance with the Roblox terms of use, which includes the Roblox community standards, through the services from either A, virtual items such as clothing for an avatar that you created, or B, virtual experiences that you created. Robux acquired in other ways, such as Robux obtained from a membership plan or referral bonuses, a purchase of Robux or gift card, or trading/selling virtual goods you did not create, are not earned Robux. If virtual items and experiences are considered sources of earned Robux, then this would suggest he is earning this amount of money from both the UGC items, which go back into the creator's account, or more prominently, paid access experience. To specifically quote from the Roblox's Create page under monetization, it quotes, paid access allows you to charge a one-time fee of 25 to 1,000 Robux in order for users to access an experience. Once a user pays this fee, they'll continue to have access to that experience even if you increase the price or disable paid access. Your Robux earnings from paid access purchases go into escrow for up to 7 days before being paid out. If this is the case, then most of the revenue is sourced between the Dominus Obsidias, SCP Requiem, since it's still up for paid access, and Kaiju Revolution. The total sum of money provided on that screenshot adds up to a total of $42,683.90 just from May 17 alone, and given how the DevX exchange rate is 0.0035, all we have to do is just divide the money with that rate. 42,683.90 divided by 0.0035, which gives us a sum of 12,195,400 Robux that went into payment. However, there is an issue presented here. If it heavily relied on the UGC or KR, since both cost 100 Robux, about 121,954 people would have had to purchase these items, and if it were just SCP Requiem, which is doubtful, then 24,391 users bought access, which does not match the 12K member size the community Obsidian Group's games has. So, now the next question is, where else is this money coming from? Well, this could be easily answered because on OG's Roblox group page, under the affiliates page, there's another group called the Imperialist Promethea, also created by Obie. This same group was mentioned earlier in the video, specifically regarding the revenue sharing document presented by Imperialist Promethea and Family Promethea. But moving along, their group has an estimated 685,000 members. And while we don't have enough information about this group, there is a strong likelihood some of the revenue was sourced from here, especially when we look into the group shop. They sell 2 family attire clothes, top and bottom, both costing 10 Robux, the current Promethea, which costs 85 Robux, and a donation shirt that costs 2,000 Robux, adorning yet another example of infringement by utilizing Monster Zero's silhouette for the design. With this being said, it could be inferred that either part or most of the money comes from this group that Obie's made, and Obsidian Games' revenue also siphons towards Obie since he has stated, and I quote, make a game and stay with it, it'll pay off in the end, most likely referring to how he was paid through paid access. Furthermore, on the same screenshots that revealed his developer exchange payments he received, he had also stated, and I quote, how do you afford these rooms and your boats if you live paycheck to paycheck? Well, there is further context applied through Obie's messages on Discord and the second interview. On May 24th, 2024, Obie specifically stated, well, surprisingly, I work IRL. I'm a lineman. A lineman, or more accurately, a power line worker, are contracted workers who maintain electrical transmission and distribute facilities that deliver electrical energy from industrial, commercial, and residential establishments. Quoted from Wikipedia. Obie went into further detail regarding this point during the second interview, where he describes working with 75k volts each day, building subdivisions with 4 to 6 foot wiring in between, while setting up transformers on poles. Although at the same time of this interview, he has said work was slowing down due to his team being efficient with completing contracted work. But since he does have a real occupation outside of a Roblox creator, this means he has a salary of 86k per year on top of the additional revenue he's raking in from the Dev Exchange. However, despite the 86k work salary and the 42,000 Roblox payments, that this wouldn't, support maintaining not even one IP contract from Toho, let alone multiple. Where there is no definitive price on Godzilla's trademark, we can infer this price through lawsuits Toho has participated in. For example, during the massive DMCA wave on Kaiju Roblox games, artists were being simultaneously striked due to selling merchandise with their characters. Mike's Monster, a figure photographer, has stated, "If you sell Godzilla-related merch or fan art in any way, you run the risk of a major legal hit from Toho. They just started sending out strikes to people on sites like TeePublic and others who have anything related to Godzilla. The strike comes with a big fee too. Take down your stuff to be safe if you're selling it anywhere." Similarly, an unnamed artist has posted on TeePublic where he received an email from the company that they removed their work due to the claim from Toho, which led to a complaint being filed in Illinois, where 169 defendants are listed. He then stated on JustAnswer.com that, and I quote, "I'm being sued by Toho International for trademark infringement for a graphic design I worked and uploaded to a website that puts designs on products. I made a little over $100, but they're seeking $2 million in damages. The artwork was taken down in December." Then, previously around April 6, 1998, the Toho Co. Ltd. versus William Morrow & Co. Inc. case occurred where, and I quote, "Toho alleges that Random House is publishing a compendium book of Toho's Godzilla films entitled The Official Godzilla Compendium. This book was barred from being published at the time due to 90 images of Godzilla being included without permission from Toho or TriStar at the time. Then, within a relatively recent case of January 31st, 2024, the Toho Co. Ltd. versus the individuals, corporations, limited liability companies, partnerships, and unincorporated associations identified with a Schedule A hetero was claimed, where 339 defendants are alleged of a trademark infringement. It is currently ongoing, however, few have had to pay anywhere between $18 to $28K individually. The point I am making here, however, with all this provided information regarding legalities, is Obsidian Games does not have licenses under a contract with Toho. Despite the numerous red flags shown through various NDA breaches, multiple broken terms, lack of pay for developers, and siphoning funds from their community, they still claim otherwise. It only garnered this much attention from the Roblox Kaiju community due to the dry spell between February 10th and May 11th, with many impressionable or naive fans blindly trusting a recently created group with zero successful endeavors. Yet even when they take funds from their fans, the results continuously disappoint users. One inaccurate Shio model with only 3 animations, with a walk cycle developed within 30 minutes. This same group bashed on their predecessor when ignoring the fact that they continued to develop 19 new or rehashed kaiju without having to plead for money, regardless of the issues. It is difficult to ignore, additionally, however, that without legal contracts between companies or employees, and with donations or community purchases going into Obie's luxuries, it would heavily suggest that Kaiju Revolution is a front to a massive rug pull scheme, taking advantage of this current situation. Viewers, if you realize the same outcome after all this provided information, then I strongly urge you to consider refunding your money. Because despite Obie's reassurances of how he wouldn't want to develop a bad Godzilla game, he clearly does not have the best in mind for his community when all that results from this are poor financial purchases and this. Throughout this video, we have discussed most of the allegations going against Obie, each with a lineup of irrefutable evidence. But there's one connecting thread between each point, a specific keystone individual that I haven't thoroughly talked about up until this point. Corpse. Corpse Mutts, or Kellogg's, has created both accusation documents against Obie, mainly composed of screenshots from their direct messages, and it wouldn't be a proper exposed video if we didn't discuss the catalyst of the drama. But in order to properly explain her side of the story and perspective on the information, we have to work backwards. To reiterate a portion of the recap with greater detail, albeit this time using information Obie presented against Corpse, he has stated and claimed that they have been dating on and off for 2 years, as stated within this interview at this timestamp.
Really, it was mainly off and on. I don't really know the exact timeline of everything. I know that we were together in the beginning for about, I want to say maybe about 5 months. Then I just disappeared. So, and then we got back together, disappeared again. Then we got back together, and that's when this all happened. So,
But how
I
long ago
would
was it?
explain myself.
But how long ago was it that you like? Okay, when was it, like the first time that you guys got together? When was that?
I'm being honest with you, buddy. I don't even remember.
Well, you can give an estimate then.
Probably 2 years ago, maybe. I'm not entirely sure though.
Then, issues began to occur due to Corpse apparently constantly beginning arguments, where she had blamed him for not doing enough for the relationship. Eventually, he broke up with her. Utilizing advice from a psychiatrist, he admitted he wasn't seeing himself, as shown in this interview at this timestamp.
When my mom was dating somebody and this guy was doing the same exact thing to her, she went to a psychiatrist and they said, if you don't get out of there now, you will end up dead.
Okay, the thing is, that's your
So
mom.
I think no. I think a professional's words
Which you
goes
lack.
against yours and everybody else's.
He had then blocked her on multiple social medias where she attempted to message him repeatedly on Roblox, claiming to call her crazy due to the comments involving how she would share the document of Verity and saying how his deceased grandfather would not be proud of him. And this in of itself is contradicted by numerous messages shown in this same interview where she apologizes profusely, but we'll circle back to that point later on. This leads to Corpse creating the first allegation document, allegedly, because, as Obie puts it, at this timestamp,
I told you, and I told you repeatedly, she's doing this out of pure spite of me not wanting to get it back with her.
Within this document that Obie proclaims to be false includes various instances of Obie using racial profanity, emotional manipulation, leaking private information, showing malicious intent against PG, and leveraging power to his advantage. This is short-lived, however, since only a few hours later, Corpse had apologized to Obie, having claimed that she only did this out of anger, wanting to ruin him, but not ruin the prospect of an officially licensed game. Despite the apology, however, Obie proceeds to post his own allegation document against Corpse on the same day. This document includes screenshots that allegedly depict her as Two-Face, weaponizing mention of his family, with an argument that started without justifiable cause. This only provoked Corpse into developing a clearer, extensive second document, this time being reinforced with evidence of threatening varying Corpse, doxing PG staff and diverting blame elsewhere, being petty on Twitter, shocker, and inciting his community to harass Corpse. From there, the rest of the situation falls through. Obie holds a devcast to address the allegations. Corpse and Obie sign a non-legally binding peace contract, which we will discuss in full later, and almost neither one of them have discussed nor mentioned each other since. Almost. But that is only Obie's perspective, which most of his community aligned and allied themselves with. However, as the saying goes, if there are two sides of a coin, there are two sides of a story. Despite how quickly everyone will jump to support one side against the other, even within broad circumstances, they will usually forget analyzing both sides will help better judge what is truth and lie. Even if it involves overanalyzing a Roblox Kaiju genre-related drama for the sake of bringing evidence to light. What is my life? Jokes aside, we will first cover the Kellogg allegation document made by Obie, since in comparison between Corpse's 46-page document and Obie's 5 pages, it's heavily flawed. Each page also includes screenshots of her DMs with the original intent to play into the empathy of users by portraying Corpse as an untrustworthy individual, but this perspective backfires. The first page of the document presents 2 screenshots, the first of which includes a discussion between Obie and Corpse, where she points out how he continues to become more self-absorbent. To state, you know what? Clearly you think you're some frickin' greater being since you've changed. You always act like you're so much frickin' better than everyone. What the hell have you done to do anything, huh? Obie denies this, however, claiming he never said such despite the fact that she wasn't stating any quotes, and denies acting narcissistically. Corpse then points out how he blamed her for making 0 attempts at repairing the relationship because of the arguments they had, and yet, in reality, he hasn't made any attempts. To quote, "But you have done absolutely nothing. You abandoned me." Obie then states, I rejected you because it always happens. Then below this is a screenshot where of Corpse commenting on Roblox where she states, Grandpa would be real proud of you, huh? He's lucky he's able to get away from you. Yes, that last statement might seem incredibly harsh now, but there's reasoning for this vindictive message. Now we discuss later though, since right now there's issues with these two screenshots right now. First and foremost, the way Corpse speaks within this document is emotionally charged. Specifically out of betrayal, judging by the quotes, just say you love her, go on, I'm not stupid. Of course, this is only one example that will be expanded upon soon, so secondly, Obie isn't attempting to defend himself by providing any explanation. Instead, he redirects by either denying it or asking questions, asking how he acts narcissistically instead of commenting on it, saying her evidence doesn't make sense, and claims to continue rejecting her. But of what exactly? We need to continue with the rest of this document to better understand this first, because the second page includes two overlapping screenshots. The first screenshot involves Obie attempting to reassure Corpse that he is, and I quote, not going to screw you over. I told you I don't seek revenge on people, only Varric because of what he did to me. We both know what he did was a scummy move. Corpse then interjects by stating, and this wasn't? I screwed your project and brought up your family. He then tells Corpse she didn't scam him of their entire game, to which she replies by stating that ruining a project with a license would be considerably worse. Then he brings up his grandfather in the conversation, specifically about learning forgiveness. Corpse states that his words do not resolve, and I quote, the fact I'm scared of you. Then the majority of the second screenshot is obscured by the first, but all that could be inferred is that his first ex, his son's mother, was abusive to Obie himself. First thing to point out is the sudden tonal shift Corpse does between the first and second pages of the screenshots, switching from the aggressive offense to apologetic quickly. She quickly allows herself to be blamed for having, and I quote, screwed your project and brought up your family. Then, secondly, the apparent complex Obie formed within the screenshot, where he goes from telling Corpse that he isn't going to seek revenge, despite evidently doing so multiple times as discussed in the Grudge section. Next, he reassures her, using a quote from his grandfather and telling Corpse she shouldn't be scared. Some of the formatted sentencing here seems to suggest Obie is attempting to win Corpse over and convince her that he didn't do anything, but neither did he. This is also suggested through the second screenshot that's being overlapped, because when you actually look at it, the full screenshot provided on screen, it recontextualizes these attempts. Within the screenshot, Corpse first states why didn't he, Obie, tell her about his kids, wanting an answer to that as opposed to why he left. Despite this, Obie asks if she wanted him to tell her why he left, or tell her everything that has occurred. She then clarifies what she means by stating, your son, your daughter, confusing me with being married and not married, having a son then a nephew, a daughter I never knew about, and you never told me you were still talking to her and even calling her your girl. Might as well be at this point. Obie then explains, each saying he was engaged to his son's mom but left because she was abusive, how he doesn't want his kids to be mentioned online, and now he needed to, and I quote, step up to the plate and take care of her and my daughter. She then asks if the son and daughter are from one parent, to which he clarifies by stating, no. Son was a mistake, the person cut the condom, never stopped me with child support. From there, the remainder of the screenshot plays out where he mentions the son's mother being abusive and cutting off any clarification on what he meant. Through this screenshot, Corpse continues to be aggressive against Obie, this time providing clarification on why. To state directly again, and to quote, and you never told me you were still talking to her and even still calling her your girl. It seems through not only this statement but the following admittance regarding his exes and kids, at some point Obie had cheated on Corpse with one of his previous exes, nor made any direct mention of his son previously. Furthermore, as implied with the last page, he only defends his exes and children while continuing to put less blame on himself, instead highlighting abuse from only one of his exes, while also continuing to ask questions to divert the conversation from the original point. Moving along, the third point is adorned with a small statement from Obie, reading as follows. Prove that everything she posted was a lie and tried to make me out to be a bad person, and now she treats people, especially someone that she loves. She forced me, in a way, so to speak, to tell her about my children, which I do not like to mention online. The irony within the statement, considering most of the evidence provided came directly from him, supported with external evidence originating from him. Furthermore, he has spoken about his kids multiple times, interviews, devcasts, direct messages, YouTube comments, even in PG. But I digress, because below this statement are 2 additional screenshots, both of which do not relate to one another, but you'll see. The first screenshot immediately implies a different conversation occurred, since Obie apologizes for his lack of a response, stating he was watching Roadhouse with his mom. Then he speaks as if he was replying to a lengthy answer, each point not making sense without additional context. I know you do. I just hope you know I did as well. You have proven that. I know blank, but just to be real with you, I need to get my crap and my issues with myself straight first. I'll give you that you are loyal. And at least I'm not paralyzed. Take your time. Like I said, I'll be here. Corpse then tells Obie to say no directly instead of dancing around it, while stating he can't sort through his bipolar disorder. Obie then states he thought he was straightforward in the answer, so he reiterates by stating how she is right, how she won't have to do something at that moment, and how he doesn't want her to be with him when his bipolar acts up again. Corpse replies by saying he should just say, and I quote, "You don't freaking love me anymore," since he can't set himself straight. Obie simply responds by claiming medicine will set him straight. Corpse then responds how she has seen this pattern before. To quote, "Guy say not until he's ready. Girl waits. Guy meets someone new. Girl gets ditched. Not going down that hole. I'm not going to wait on you just for you to abandon me. You already did it once before, and that's why you have a kid." Obie then responds with, "At least I'm not a guy who says, screw you, bye, and blocks you forever. I'm keeping to that, and I'm not going to remove or block you." Corpse then states that she would have preferred this alternative before leaving to talk to Kaneko instead of enduring his comments. To quote, "Want to treat me like a frickin' dog and like I'm some joke? Ha, I hate you with every single fiber of my being. I find it so hilarious every time I sacrifice a piece of myself for you, and to give you what you want, you spit in my frickin' face." Lastly, Obie questions if she hates him, why hasn't she blocked him, and messages him through Roblox. Most of the conversation revolves around a specific topic that isn't shown within the screenshots, nor any of Corpse's allegation segments, but to put it shortly, Obie wanted Corpse to move into the USA, whether near or actively with him. There's a specific reason aside from relationships as to why he wanted her to move out, but that won't be discussed because instead we will discuss what stopped her from moving out. Implied by the conversation, this was discussed either before or after she learned about his daughter. Essentially, she stating he should have said no if he wouldn't be capable of controlling his issues. And how she wouldn't be waiting if it meant being ditched again, as implied in the statement. To quote, "I'm not going to wait on you just for you to abandon me. You already did this once before, and that's why you have a kid." But aside from this, within the remainder of the screenshot, Obie tries to convince her he would be capable of handling his mental issues and attempts to then defend himself from the fact he abandoned her for another. Even when he's defending himself, it seemed to be implied he was trying to manipulate by questioning her hatred since he wasn't blocked from Discord nor Roblox. Then, underneath this, there's a second screenshot which mainly involves Corpse stating, "I undid what I did, hate me all you freaking want, I just don't see a point in doing it. A threat can be anything, Josh. I'm gonna drop it. I'm in the mood to argue again. I'm not going to re-leak it." Keep this particular message in mind since it will come up as evidence for later. But for now, before we continue to discuss screenshots within the 4th page, we need to look at the 5th page since they correlate. It simply states, and I quote, "Basically blackmailing me to continue talking. This message was sent to Kellogg's at 9:51 p.m. EST on 5/24/2024. The provided time aligns perfectly with the last message sent within that screenshot on page 4, where, to put simply, Obie attempts to provide his POV to Corpse. Corpse says how he expects her to sacrifice everything for him at the risk of him repeating previous actions. She then judges him for how he handles love, how he claims he loves someone oh so much, but never handles escalating situations. To quote, "When it comes to actually doing shit, you don't. You break it off, you leave, you disappear, you don't fix it." Obie then simply states, and to quote, "If you could understand it and see it from my POV, then you would understand." Taking this up from him, Corpse then tells him to make her understand. Then, around 9:50 to 9:51, as shown on the screenshot, Obie sends her a considerably lengthy message. I know I already bored the viewers with the technical mumbo-jumbo from earlier, so instead I'll just heavily abbreviate his statement. He is highly bipolar, which impacts his life since he inherited it from his father. Any personal information disclosed threatens the stability of a controlled environment, putting additional stress on him since it gives him anxiety. His reluctance to disclose personal information is rooted from parental abuse, which this trauma instilled him with the need of security and privacy. He grows nervous with each passing month since information could become public. He then hopes he understands the concerns and ends by stating, and I quote, "And I try to refrain from mentioning that I have kids due to privacy." What should be immediately clear from this message, at least from when you take this statement into account, Corpse clearly holds no intent to blackmail Obie because instead, Obie provides her the option to explain and, quote, make her understand. Within his lengthy message, there's multiple points that could be contradicted. If he would get so stressed from spreading any personal information, then why does he share so much in OG and PG? Before he lost his announcement perms, he has discussed his dog turning 1 year old and having returned from surgery, and the death of his grandfather, not only discussing him in detail, but even showing a picture of him. Had he been worried from the beginning, then he wouldn't have discussed his information and remained secretive, quiet. Lastly, this has also failed to make Corpse understand, since judging by his messages within the screenshot, she didn't want him to explain his bipolarism, she wanted him to explain why he decided to leave the relationship and refused to repair it. Then finally, on the 5th page, aside from a link to her Roblox account and a screenshot of her Discord account, there's one last screenshot where Corpse questions, and I quote, "How can you say you need to get your crap and issues sorted when I'm freaking honest with you? But then when it comes to her, you can love her and even have a freaking child with her." Obie then interjects by stating explicitly he would prefer had she not involved his kids or family into the situation, diverting the argument from its focus point. Corpse then states how she has made numerous attempts to fix the relationship, which he denies the plausibility of, and avoids confronting how he never made any attempts, only quoting, "Change without action is nothing." Similarly to most of the previous pages, most of the conversation lingers on Obie becoming defensive of his family, exes, and kids, avoiding directly commenting in defense but rather in diversion. Nor does he attempt to apologize or reconcile with Corpse, instead choosing to continue the argument without any leeway to cease it. Although there is one major flaw within this document that's supposed to act his way of counter-exposing. Corpse's includes information that spans for 4 years, while Obie's only relies on 2 separate arguments that took place days apart. For example, a earlier conversation begins on the first screenshot of the 3rd page, where they begin to argue the logistics behind moving to the US, since Obie wouldn't be capable of controlling his bipolar syndrome and avoid repeating a history a 3rd time, having kids and leaving. Then, on the 5th page screenshot, instead of leaving the conversation, Corpse continues the argument by mentioning how he could realistically sort himself out if he's actively cheating and having kids, switching up to how Obie and Corpse blame each other for not tending to the relationship, with more favor being directed to Corpse due to the amount of evidence that supports the argument. And ultimately, this circles to how Obie hasn't changed his current narcissistic viewpoint, where he continues to project his stubbornness. It then ends with Corpse asking from his point of view, since he continues to claim these elements wouldn't be an issue. Then, with the remaining images on the 2nd and 1st screenshot of the second image on the 2nd page, in that particular order, they neutrally discuss Obie's exes and his children, then 20 minutes later becoming apologetic from attempting to ruin him and the possibility of shutting down a officially back to Toho Roblox game. And lastly, on the 3rd page's 2nd screenshot, Corpse mentioned how she undid her statement, proclaiming that she wouldn't really re-leak the 1st document. We will circle back to this particular point soon, but for now, what should be proven through the analyzation of this specific document is that there is a greater context, but because provided through both their speech patterns and behavior, clearly something occurred between the two that caused Corpse to become distraught, while Obie becomes deceptive with his comments, and attempting to divert attention or forcing his hand. And this claim isn't just coming out of thin air either, since even through his initial claim about Corpse, his perspective from the beginning on this section, it becomes very questionable once you look through it. To begin with, as stated by Obie earlier in this section, he and Corpse have been dating on and off for 2 years, accounting for his disappearances too. This isn't the case since, evidently, their relationship has been occurring as early as 2020, as shown right now. On May 8th, 2020, this screenshot between Obie and Corpse was the earliest date they began flirting, eventually getting together sometime between 2020 and 2021 through these screenshots here. Then, in regards to the on and off comment, he first disappeared for a total of 2 months, after August 21st, 2022, returning on October 19th without any explanation. Regardless, they continued dating up until October 30th, 2022, where he disappeared a second time. Although ironically on the same day, this would also be when he asked FDA and I for help, but moving along. Then, within a privately recorded call on December 12th, 2022, he claimed he was dying due to lung complications. To quote,
"Yeah, here's the thing. Czar's not doing good, dude, and my disease is no longer dormant. So, I'm trying to spend what time I can with my friends and have a good time, because I have friends in this server that I don't have added. Because number one, I do not feel like searching for their names in over 10,000 friend requests. Yeah, and the doctor said I at least have 7 months to live if my disease does not go dormant again."
We will return to this point soon, but continuing along, he then reappears to Corpse on December 12th, 2023, but only for 1 day, since he then immediately disappears until February 2nd, 2024, this time sticking around until their breakup. This particular time, however, he has an excuse for the previous disappearances, saying through Corpse without any denial, "Yeah, you were in the hospital for half a year, but you've been disappearing since 2022. Next, his claim regarding issues that plagued their relationship when they split began, mostly involving the claim he broke up with Corpse due to constant arguments that he somehow couldn't handle. As mentioned within the Kellogg allegation document, Corpse had argued Obie does nothing to repair the relationship and forces her to endure being blamed for the exact same reason. This isn't to say that she was needy, but instead within her own words, and to quote, "Well, to sum it up, whenever Josh would return from his disappearance, he'd play the perfect boyfriend for about 2 weeks, pretend to care, spend a lot of time, etc. Then after those 2 weeks, it'll drop down drastically, maybe 5 to 10 minute conversations if lucky a day. I'd wait till 3 to 4 a.m. to talk to him, and he'll dismiss me to go sleep despite it being early for him. He spends no time at all. I tried approaching him in a calm manner to discuss it. He'd apologize and say he's trying, but he'd keep being distant and careless. So it led to arguments, and because I was upset at this, he broke up with me. However, this would be after the disappearance, because when you consider the hospital excuses from these disappearances, you begin to question why anyone would leave their partner in the dark without any communications if you would rather have them close by for support and company. Then there is Obie's claim that Corpse only made this document because she had to spite him for not getting back together. While yes, there is a personal agenda being behind its initial creation, it wasn't because she wanted to get back with him. The exact opposite, actually. She wanted to bring light about his repeating tendencies not only emotionally, but also professionally that only jeopardizes involved developers or owners. This is supported through a small portion of her statement in the document, where it states, "Don't get your hopes up for Kaiju Revolution. Obie has a long track record of abandoning projects before they have even started. Even after he bought Kaiju from Aptos, he did not contribute any effort towards the game's development, but instead threatened PG's devs constantly with being fired and manipulated people to get what he wanted. He has even stated in DMs that he is already prioritizing a Kingdom roleplay game over Kaiju Revolution due to him wanting to feel like an emperor, his actual role within the group, Prometeo Groups." The full statement will be shown later on, but to continue along. Then, the apology from Corpse that Obie screenshotted and posted with an Obsidian Games announcement tab on May 23rd was staged by Obie after having forced her into an apologetic position through guilt tripping, most likely due to the heightened tension and emotions during this situation. Remember when I mentioned this particular string of screenshots from Obie? From Obie's allegation document? Well, on screen is a recording of that exact same interaction, which eventually leads to the fabrication of a coerced apology, which then concludes with that final screenshot. So, from both of his documents and claims regarding the nature of Corpse and circumstances of their breakup, most of it seems one-sided without discussing Corpse in depth or providing any evidence that would hint at Corpse having to post, and I quote, "a lie and tried to make me out as a bad person. If anything, through most of these screenshots and previous instances of conflict with anyone, Obie presents a repeating pattern of making himself the victim and blaming anyone else but himself for these issues. Even his own document made against the corpse only proves this further through his presented behavior. But there is still one claim that doesn't make sense. What reasoning would someone need to leave for an extended period of time over hospitalization involving his lungs? Well, previously mentioned multiple times now, whether through the third interview where I asked about his lungs, the medical excuses he made towards the corpse, or the recording where he claims to be dying, he has claimed numerous times he is inflicted with the following: asthma, collecting lungs, underdeveloped lungs, some sort of recurring deadly disease that nearly killed him, and mental ailments such as ADHD and bipolarism. Let's begin the discussion backwards. So, for his mental disabilities, as stated by Wikipedia and Google, he has mentioned having ADHD to corpse, while having told both corpse and I he inherited bipolar from his father, both within the first interview and the screenshot he provided through the Kellogg allegation document. As previously discussed, however, in both instances he attempted to justify his behavior by putting blame on his mental illnesses, whether it involves his reason to overreact or to avoid answering certain questions. For example, within the grudge section, when I discussed this point, he had directly stated, "So I think I have a reason to be caring about everything and overreacting about a lot of stuff. Because if I know that's not true, I tend to overreact a lot." Or, within the Kellogg document, he states, "I hope this letter provides a clear understanding of my position on the matter. My decision to protect my personal information is not a casual preference but a necessary measure to ensure my mental well-being and safety." In response to corpse asking to understand why he had to, and I quote, "break it off, you leave, you disappear, you don't fix." Provided by these points, we could likely guess the possibility he's using this as a way to make others understand his condition, but rather as an escape for holding responsibilities for problems. To which we can infer the same might be true for his ADHD, which, granted, truly is no evidence on whether or not he's actually inflicted with either. But what we can know for certain is neither ADHD or bipolar heavily impairs one's capabilities to be self-aware of their actions. Research for both suggests that A, those with ADHD who needs to frequently put time and effort into strengthening their metacognition, aka their self-awareness, to be capable of self-regulating and assess their actions. And B, those with bipolar disorder will not have control over their behavior, but will remember their actions post-manic mood, depending on the severity. And judging by his activities, he has overcome these challenges previously, since he seems capable of working on his truck consistently, working with electronic components as a lineman, and running a company to develop an alleged official Godzilla Roblox game. Following his mental ailments will be a broad list of lung issues, specifically underdeveloped lungs and collapsing lungs first. Since he never specified what kind of disease inflicted his lungs, let's just go off of his quotes. For underdeveloped lungs, he has told me within direct messages that, and I quote, "I was born with premature lungs. Always have had problems with them." He has then also stated to be using and I quote, "an inhaler. Used to have an oxygen machine back in 2016, but the doctors were like, 'You don't need this anymore.'" Yeah, totally didn't. If he was born with pre-developed or underdeveloped lungs, then that would mean he either has bronchopulmonary dysplasia or pulmonary hypoplasia. If it's bronchopulmonary dysplasia, which is where infants struggle to breathe due to using a ventilator for a long duration of time due to premature birth, then he should be fine, since most babies who survive PPD will still be developing their lungs. Human infant lungs will develop after birth within a stage of lung development called alveolar stage, where the lungs will fully develop into miniature adult lungs somewhere between the ages of 8 and 20. However, long-term issues that might persist would include respiratory issues, which involves limited lung function, limited exercise, heightened susceptibility to respiratory infections, and increased risk of COPD. If it was pulmonary hypoplasia, however, which is where lungs do not fully develop before birth and putting the infant at the risk of being incapable of breathing independently, then not only would it have to be the surviving 45%, but he would have to have been stricken with poor lung capacity and susceptibility to chest infections. But there's two prominent issues in the way of these two claims. One, He works as a lineman, which requires strength and stamina to haul gear, pull large thick wires, and work for long durations of time. Stamina requires mainly the distribution of oxygen within the body, including blood circulation, drinking water, and most vitally, breathing. 2. When discussing his smoking habits and the impact it had from these purchases, we already proven the likelihood of mucus buildup occurring. So, if he had either issue, he would most likely develop COPD and be in considerably worse shape. COPD, or chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, causes permanent damage to the lungs, leaving people short of breath, wheezing, and coughing. With this being the case, the odds of Obie having either significantly decreases, especially if he claims to have both of these issues and a collapsed lung. Which, speaking of, then there are his collapsed lungs, which Corpse has claimed, and I quote, "He's told me his collapsed lung from working construction is what causes asthma, as he inhaled concrete fumes or some crap." Now, if it were a collapsed lung, then depending on multiple factors, this would be a temporary issue. Collapsed lungs could typically be sorted within 2 types, pneumothorax and atelectasis. Pneumothorax is when air seeps into the space between your lungs and the chest wall, and because air would be taking up a portion of said space, it would push onto the lung and make it collapse. This could either be unilateral, single lung, or rarely bilateral, both lungs, and could have a varied amount of treatments. So, for example, if it's a minor case of pneumothorax, or specifically when it only discomforts you but doesn't inhibit your breathing, then it will go away within a short span of time. However, if the collapsed portion takes up 20% of the lung or less, you will need a needle aspiration, which would involve a hollow needle being stuck between the lung and chest wall and sucking the air that's stuck in there out. However, if it's to the point after 5 days the pain has yet to recede and only has worsened, then surgery would need to be done. The only people would die from this, if we choose to believe he had recurrent pneumothorax, which is where it recurs, is if it was untreated while continuing to be an issue, if a severe collapse occurs near the heart or abdomen, if fluids start to seep in, or the individual goes into obstructive shock and dies. Then with atelectasis, it is when the lung collapses due to either a blockage within air passages or when pressure applied to the lung. Unlike pneumothorax, this lung collapse only occurs from external force, so the main treatment includes breathing exercises, medication, or surgery if the blockage occurs inside the body. The only way this could kill you is if you leave it untreated, which leads to lung infections and impaired oxygen exchange. Now, if you had either pneumothorax or atelectasis, then for starters, most of the risk factors for atelectasis would mainly include anesthesia, prolonged sleep with different positions, shallow breathing, and underlying lung diseases. As for pneumothorax, 3 prominent risk factors exist: smoking, COPD, or asthma. Lastly, in regards to what Obie described within his recorded voice call, he stated to have a deadly recurring lung disease, which he alleged he didn't have money for. The most likely disease he may be referring to is latent TB infection, or tuberculosis. This is essentially an infection that's transmitted between people and can typically go dormant for years before suddenly becoming active. However, unlike Obie's description, this is not only very common, but also can be completely cured from your system. Which means the only legitimate disease he has is asthma, which includes various risk factors such as allergies, pollution, smoking, and COPD. Not to mention the majority of these previously discussed diseases or infections could become seriously impaired by the introduction of smoking, let alone vaping. He would be dead if he actually had any of these and continued smoking. Most of these cases wouldn't justify using it as an excuse to disappear for 2 to 14 months, especially when treatment or surgeries within the United States is quick. Which means he's using these excuses to hide something, from colleagues and Corpse especially. So, what could he be hiding? I already provided most of the pieces from what I'm about to say, so I'll phrase this very simply. On May 26th, 2024, Obie and I had our first interview, which was on a Sunday, where he specifically made mention of his daughter. She had recently turned 1 year old on that week. on that week's Wednesday, May 22nd, 2024. This would mean that she was born sometime on May 22nd, 2023. And if his second ex had a 9-month pregnancy without any underlying issues, then this would mean that on August 21st, 2022, which is 9 months before she was born, he would have had conceived at this point. On October 30th, 2022, his ex-partner would have been somewhere between her second and third trimester. These two specific dates are when Obie disappeared from Corpse's direct messages and contact. If this isn't somehow clear, let me say it directly. Obie publicly stated within an interview that he had his daughter when he and Corpse were still dating. They were still actively flirting within direct messages and continued to do so afterwards, never explaining or telling this to Corpse, only using hospitalization as his cover-up. He had believed that this lie was morally correct, having stated within the third interview, at this timestamp, that
apparently cheating when you break up with somebody is cheating.
This particular point was the reason Corpse and Obie argued, because he essentially cheated her out of their relationship and attempted to convince her to live within the US without any funds to return home as stated by Corpse. But since we have now discussed most of Obie's perspective and multiple claims filled to the brim with inconsistencies, I think we should discuss Corpse's perspective chronologically, and while we're at this, include various additional points of evidence from different sections to give a concrete timeline. Sometime between 5 to 6 years before Athos sold Kaiju Online to Obie for $350, both Obie and Corpse worked under KO as a developer and moderator, respectively, at the time. It's not clear when they become affiliated, but they do, just not romantically together yet. Eventually, Athos planned to take down Kaiju Online, and Obie intervenes and purchases it. However, from here, there's two suggested prices for KO. Within the second interview, Obie claimed he and Ancient split the purchase 50-50, for which if that were the case, he would have most likely given either co-ownership or at least lead of a specific document. But evidently from Ancient's account on Prometeo Games, he lacks the necessary roles that would suffice this hypothetical. Alternatively, within PG on May 16, 2020, Vera has specified within announcements that, and I quote, KU did not steal models from KO, and most of you know its assets were purchased by Josh/Obie for $350 when Athos decided to quit Roblox. Considering Obie has split ownership of Barrett following this, we will have to assume that this is a more probable answer, but continuing along, he purchases Kaiju Online, splits ownership of Barrett, and promotes Corpse to administrator. Prometeo Game is formed around June 28, 2019, based on the earliest messages within PG's general chat, with KU actually beginning development around October 13, 2019 from the first announcement, where Barrett states, the game will be transferred in a week's time, to allow testing on the data transfer scripts, and more updates overall. Following this, only one day later, Obie, on his previous account, announces, and I quote, once Kaiju Universe is settled into its new home, and after a lot of updates, we will be making more games, with a link to a PG Friday the 13th game that, just like Obie's previous projects, go nowhere. Then, the first public instance of Obie using the N-word can be seen within the announcement tab on October 21st of the same year. Following this though, aside from saying the same word within the PG archive, the management server, Obie and Corpse eventually do get together, specifically sometime around May 8th, 2020, where, as seen on screen, he begins to call Corpse my girl multiple times. Although the use of it within the screenshot is odd in itself. For instance, at the top of the message, he directly calls Corpse this, but then at the bottom he states, my girl moved in and she has a rabbit. This also continues to become confusing when Obie claims to already be married, stating, and I quote, Kel, I am married. I was joking with you the entire time. I didn't want you. I never did. Following this, Corpse responded with, you said you were married, yet proceed to flirt with me? Logic. Obie then responds with, flirt is merely that. If I was flirting with you, I would have gotten what I wanted. Aside from that alarming comment, they continued dating, and sometime after this, she was promoted to head administrator role, which said role was discontinued past this point since both Hamza and Dead Elevated do not have this head administrative role. However, this changes drastically because within a time frame between mid to late July and early August of 2021, Corpse was fired from Prometeo Games due to multiple complications, most of which are either exaggerated from minor offenses or evidently did not involve her. To further specify and summarize these complications, this began with Obie primarily deeming Corpse on multiple occasions to complain about his status with Prometeo Games, with him saying, "Vera did this, Vera did that, I have no power." Mind you, most of these complaints come from his claims about Vera allegedly scamming him of money and his game despite the fact he was given most of the permissions and then sold the game to Vera. Regardless, Corpse mainly comforted and gave him advice to consider negotiating terms with Vera and Zorar, who recently gained ownership on June 15th, 2021. She has stated, and I quote, "And the stupid thing is, you aren't even an owner anymore. What exactly do you own? You have no access to a group fund, you have no say in choices, you have no leadership in any division, you don't even get a daiju, you have no power, anywhere. You're basically just some mascots. Pretty sure all you do is just a mapping." I am well aware her statement sounds harsh, but the reason this is the case is because simultaneously, she was frustrated with the status of a contract written by PG to their developers and admins, the scrapping of daiju. Originally, there was a plan to give each owner, admin, mod, and developer their own developer kaiju through a contract, some which made it through the development, such as God, Henry, a few modified kaiju such as Destroyer, Gazora, or Mechagodzilla, the Fairy Zero, the Adamant Argo, the Spoon, the Opter, Morpher XL, and I guess Manila EX counts? However, apparently at some point this concept was scrapped due to how much it would have burnt out their developers, as quoted by Vert while discussing her termination from being an admin. To quote, "Put yourself in Zerar's shoes. He's working constantly to keep everything balanced and come out with the miracle of one kaiju a week at the quality we do. It takes him that much effort to be able to do it, and the fact is he can't do more than that currently. Now about burning out the developers. Not only that, but none of the animators want to do your daiju, so he would need to force one to." So, after having learned that they need to downgrade her initial daiju design, she did two things. One, discuss within Prometeo Games' general chat about how she felt about the downgrade and scrapping, since this was public information at the time, and it currently is. And two, joined a voice call with PGT and DICE. However, all these factors weighed into her decision to fire her because, after she discusses both their plights within PG, Obie shares these screenshots with Vera and Zorar, with the pretense she was trying to, and I quote, "backstab me and Zorar and went to Obie, and tried to use his insecurities to have him get back at us." Vera then stated, "Josh called a meeting, and I presented what you were saying to him, trying to attack him personally, not looking for actual advice for the daiju." The screenshot shown right now is what Obie provided them, while this is the full screenshot in context. Within the conversation where they discuss her firing still, she attempts to rebuke Verrett's accusation, but he responds with, "This isn't? Targeting the insecurities?" Then, in regards to the other complications that led to her firing, Verrett accused her of attempting to start a riot within PG, stating, "You're already on your final strike, having received 2 suspensions." Corpse responds with, "I did not have any intention of having the community lash out on my behalf, because I was the person who made the whole announcement against stuff like that, so why would I?" Lastly, she was accused of contributing to the harassment of DICE, which he has been receiving from PGT at the time due to that voice call. From what Corpse mentioned, PGT was harassing DICE because of jealousy and spite, while she was only piled into the accusation due to the present with PGT in the same voice call. This accusation also ties into the daiju related point, since Corpse stated, and I quote, "I did not slander any of the owners, but said that my daiju was cancelled, and I was offered a simple mesh. I think it was called." Eventually, on August 2, 2021, Verrett directly confronts Corpse after firing her, asking if she only worked as an admin just to earn a daiju, which clearly isn't the case when you take into account her moderation having predated KU's inception. Then, they argue about quality versus burnout, how her firing was wrongfully executed, Verrett accusing Corpse of turning Obie against them, and essentially stating near the end, and I quote, "Is the combination of you starting fires in multiple places." This particular discussion was mentioned again between Obie and Corpse around February 27th, 2024, where he not only attempts to explicitly deny having sent these screenshots, but also echoes his sentiment towards Verrett, stating, and I quote, "You were doing a good job, but you said yourself, Verrett's corrupt. That's why I was protecting you. He could do nothing with me there, and you know that." When being pushed about this particular betrayal, Obie responds with, "If I remember correctly, all I ever tried to do was save you and keep you out of trouble in the group. Only that, but protected you." Then he redirects her accusation by stating, "Again, I did nothing. I'll explain to you. It clearly says everything there." Regardless of these points, the overall consensus on her termination were accusations that she attempted to turn Obie against the other owners by exploiting his insecurities, allegedly harassing Dice, and attempting to riot about the contract scrapping. Most of this occurred because of said Kaiju contract, with no malicious activity coming from Corpse following her being fired. Obie, on the other hand, has taken a sharp turn because on August 23rd, 2021, he messages Corpse again, admitting, "I see what you mean now. PG is flipping corrupt as crap." Because of the loss of his perms to announcement, he then tells Corpse on October 28th, 2021 that, "It's okay though, you're going to be a developer of my game. They won't be able to touch you, while KU dies. I work on new games." He then directly states, and I quote, "They gonna face a side of me that I haven't been since the Star Wars genre, and they will regret it. Let's say there were 6 families, like main powerful families in the SW genre. Now only 2 remain, Prometheo family and Caden family. We absolutely destroyed the other families and got them terminated from Roblox, aka hacking and DDoSing." He then states he would be, and I quote, "going to expose Verret." This threat most likely pulled through, since previously mentioned he DM'd Verret, Zerbar, and Zeal about being doxxed and Doxbin, while also being able to directly talk with an individual who was hired to gather their information. Not to mention also having boasted his money on multiple occasions and threatening Verret by stating, and I quote, "I'm coming to New Jersey soon," or, "That's only the first. I'm sending a report into the New Jersey police." This evidence also factors into a previously regarding point about Captainar, the user I'll be allowed to threaten and DDoS attack to KU developers, or ex-developers, whose account was made February 7th, 2024, a day before the DMCAs were taken down. Now, before we continue, I would like to point out this portion of the final document, because there is a page which includes a full timeline of what might possibly be Obie's, just an essential timeline of Obie, threatening these doxes or DDoSing, and how it oddly times perfectly with these events. So let me quickly read through it before we continue. October 28th of 2021, Obie DMs Corpse threatening PG about showing an old side of him, and then discussing the Caden Prometheo hacking / DDoSing events. Then, February 7th, 2024, the Captainar account is created. Then, February 8th through 10th of 2024, the first wave of the DMCAs occur, and Obie gloats he caused it in one of his interviews. Then, February 13th to 23rd, he attempts to pin this doxing incident on Verret and Zerbar. Then, March 26th of 2024, Obie leaks his personal information through providing his location via Obsidian Games. Then, July 24th of 2024, two more games are taken down through the DMC wave, and KR disappears for the duration of it. Then, sometime between August 1st to the 11th, 2 more ex-PG/OG developers are threatened with DDoXes from Kelfinar. This already proves suspicious, but let's move along with the remainder of the section. Moving past these 2 incidents, though, they continued to date throughout 2021 and 2022, up until August 21st, 2022, when he first disappeared for about 2 months. As previously mentioned, based on the information Obie provided regarding his daughter, this time frame would fit the beginning of her development, 9 months before her birth. He then returns on October 12, 2022, only asking Corpse, "Why did you remove me?" She merely responds with, "Because I removed everyone I stopped talking to? What's the point?" Despite this, they continue their relationship up until, without warning, he leaves again on October 30th, which would line up with his ex being in the late or early 2nd to 3rd trimester, respectively. Following this, as previously discussed, when the Sanctum released the same day, Obie asked FDNI to assist him in getting Cleric, which led to linking Zilla, reporting him to Varen's Roar, etc., etc. Then, on December 15, 2022, he discusses within the voice call that he only had 7 months to live, claiming Verret scammed him of revenue, was told he was also ruining KU, despite the performance and community being the opposite at the time. The day after he attempted to begin developing Dragon Ball Retribution, only to be shut down immediately due to the group's primary focus on Kaiju Universe. Also, just a quick side tangent, by the way, what's with his naming conventions? Kaiju Revolution, Dragon Ball Retribution, SCP Requiem? You could have made something at least more unique than the branding in a single word, right? But continuing along, nearly an entire year later, he comes back on December 15th, 2023, only sending 3 messages total. Obie asks, just wondering who this is. Corpse responds with Kel. Then I'll just read the rest. Oh, damn, why'd you remove me? Because I remove people I don't talk to from my list. Fair enough, I guess. Before he disappears yet again for 2 months, but between December 15th, 2023 and February 2nd, 2024, on January 16th of this year, he posted his Truth on Why I Left PG document, where he attempted to slander Verret for scamming him of permissions, money, and his game, despite the fact he gave those to him. Only after this does he return to Corpse on February 2nd, 2024, where a statement from Corpse provides the only reason Obie seems to agree with. Yes, you were in the hospital for half a year, but you've been disappearing since 2022. Immediately following this, however, since they have barely talked within the last 60 months, Obie and Corpse have discussed how he doesn't own Kaiju Universe or Prometeo Games anymore. To which Obie then states, well, I just reread what you said. They didn't buy me out. I sold my ownership. Wasn't doing much good of me staying in a group that I was limited in. Following this, he discusses a revenge ploy he wanted to do against Verret and Prometeo Games. To continue quoting, but I got 2 massive YouTubers who hate Verret and PG. So I feed them truths about PG, Verret, etc. Gain hatred for PG but mostly Verret, while at the same time getting a certain game owner to take KU down. He makes mention of Grudge Allegations, Kevin the Fish, and Nerdius, all of which don't exactly make anti-KU videos. Grudge Allegations, despite making videos and scenarios now, was only critical about how KU was being developed, providing feedback. Kevin the Fish made multiple concepts for what KU could have potentially added up to, spicing up environments on the map. Nerdius is, well, a troll, so do with that as you will. Following this point, they continue to date, while Obie continues to be active within Obsidian Games. On March 30th, 2024, for instance, before announcing the contract or threatening Verret, he discusses these details regarding the deal between himself and Toho of Corpse, having claimed to her, I got a final email from a certain company. I got my connection, love. Corpse then asks, so why you and not Verret? He responds with, and I quote, meaning it didn't matter. They got records of Verret on Roblox and I sent them certain stuff that I'm not allowed to really disclose. Odd how he was able to discuss certain details about the contract but not about information he provided about Verret, despite the fact he clearly relishes talking down on him. Regardless, then, following this, he states, I have a few games I've promised first. I'm so freaking excited. 1.4 million gone, but I freaking won. And they asked me a ton of questions though about Godzilla, and they seemed to like me. Then, after this conversation, he announces this contract to his community and attempts to force Verret and Zora into the contract, either signing to share their revenue or force PG to change names as per what the parent companies demand. Said parent companies not only lack substantial power due to the fact Obie sold PG, but Imperialist Promethea is a Game of Thrones fan group, while the other is probably irrelevant given the number of members. Then, there is a point of the timeline where they begin to separate from one another, because through what Corpse has stated about his disappearances, with every disappearance that occurs between the two, there's a consistent trend for just a few weeks. Obie will act as a perfect partner, until eventually disappearing and growing distant between each other, where Obie will only chat between 5 to 10 minutes at a time. Eventually, this led to Obie ultimately dismissing Corpse's attempt at rekindling any hope with their relationship to staying afloat. Then, sometime between early May and May 6th, however, an argument broke out regarding his lack of attempts to make their relationship work, and he had enough, blocking her from multiple social medias. As shown within the first interview's first 7 minutes, Obie has shown me numerous messages spanning between May 6 to May 23 from Corpse. Most of these messages can be categorized between 3 prominent stages. Regret. The first messages shown reads as follows. Please don't do this. You mean everything to me. I didn't mean it, and if you do care for me, then please unblock me so we can fix this, like I was trying to do. I wasn't trying to play mind games. I just needed the truth. I need you. I won't talk to him again if it makes you happy. Well, nothing is worth getting up anymore for. I can barely breathe anymore. My eyes burn so bad. I'm sorry I didn't know I had hurt you so much as I did. Please. Then this continued to evolve into hating herself with Obie, since she blamed herself for the outcome. To state from a different message, I'm sorry I was such a disappointment and a waste of time. And I'm sorry I was such a terrible partner. You probably aren't even reading these, but I read them anyways. Renounce. Eventually, she gives up attempting to plead with Obie, having stated, alright, fine, I give up. I'm done. Clearly, we're on 2 different levels of what love meant. I'm here trying to fix things, and you're just hiding and dropping me like I was nothing. So think I actually meant something to you. I'm so stupid. All this time you said I was so important. To you didn't mean nothing? Was it just empty words? Eventually, she stopped messaging Obie around May 15, 2024, sticking to his words of, and I quote, "This is the last message because there's no point doing this anymore. I was moving on like you already have. I don't want you in my mind anymore." This wasn't permanent, however, because sometime on May 23rd, 2024, she attempted to contact him yet again, this time through Obsidian Games, until she realized he was hosting a dev stream. She joins and overheard him talking about his daughter, whom he never brought up to Corpse, nor about his son, since he always claimed to her he had a nephew. This eventually takes this conversation into DMs within a voice call where he confirms her suspicions. Obie stated, I say weird stuff. I was engaged, but it was a mistake with her, the son's mother. She was a bit abusive. As for my children, I just don't like having their names and photos of them leaked. As for my baby mama situation, she messaged me shortly after we just went our own ways and said she couldn't do on her own. So I had to step up to the plate and take care of her and my daughter. Within the first interview, however, we discussed his son primarily because during the devcast, where he attempted to disprove these allegations, he had called his son a mistake. Within the interview, he reiterates this by stating on this timestamp.
So for example, I was a mistake. My mom will say that but she'll say as well, I was a great mistake. I don't mean it in the way that people are perceiving it. I probably should have made that clear when I said it. But what I meant by mistake, it was unintentional, okay? He was not planned at all. He just happened. So at the time...
Despite this claim, this is counteracted by the particular quote he told Corpse. No, someone was a mistake. The person cut the condom. Never slapped me with child support. Unrelated, but legally child support is mandatory in the United States of America, so... This argument reached its limit to the point Corpse made her decision on how she viewed Obie. I will read it in full. Alright. Either way, I think I've made my mind up on what I need to do. Knowing what I know now, crap's changed. A lot. I don't appreciate the fact you hid that from me the entire time we were together. Especially since you knew my thoughts on my future with a partner and involving kids. I felt like I wasted my time trying to fight for you when we weren't even compatible this whole time. And I can't give you what you want. Clearly, you want a family life. And you got 2 kids. And you're still in contact with your ex, which I can't cope with, considering she even visits you. I just don't see the point in fighting for a life that would just be forced on me for the sake of having you. I love you, still do, but that's not a life I want. I'll never be a priority to you. So I'm officially done. That's it. Either sometime between this message and the creation of its first document, she enters that 3rd stage within those Roblox messages. Rightfully aggravated. Keep in mind, Corpse's broke up relationship of 4 years realizing the betrayal through his act of cheating and manipulation because of the following message might seem unnecessarily violent, but finish what you started. Grab your 12 gauge. Strong start, but continuing. You think because you have money and are popular enough power, you can do whatever you want? No, you don't get to do what you did and just walk away free. You don't get to play dead, manipulate me, blackmail me, and emotionally destroy me because you feel like you can. I am sick of people like you taking advantage of me because you think I'll just accept it, despite all I ever did was be loyal and try to make you happy. Surprising how this reflects a different case entirely. Obie definitely outdoes the Mokuro main, that's for sure. After this, she creates the first allegation document against Obie, which includes various screenshots of her DMs, social media, and documents. As shown now, these screenshots involve Obie's use of racial profanity, abandonment of various projects, sharing information within an alleged NDA with Toho, emotional abuse and manipulation, leaking private information, slandering Vera and Zora without evidence, abusing power within PG, showing malicious intent against PG, and ultimately his pettiness towards Vera at the very bottom is her own statement about the document, which explains her perspective in depth. To quote, "Don't get your hopes up for Kaiju Revolution. Obie has a long track record of abandoning projects before they have even started. Even after he bought KU from Aptos, he did not contribute any efforts towards the game's development, but instead threatened PG devs constantly with being fired and manipulate people to get what he wanted. He even stated in DMs that he was already prioritizing a Kingdom roleplay game over Kaiju Revolution due to him wanting to feel like an emperor, his actual role within the group. Obie is also a racist and a homophobe, and I don't imagine Toho will want to be associated with someone like this. Obie is not a trustworthy person and will backstab anyone no matter who they are to get ahead, regardless if they are a co-owner, friend, developer, or even in a relationship with them. Obie will sabotage other people's projects regardless of any positive or negative involvement with Obie. Obie will also use threats of sewer slides, violence to emotionally and mentally devastate people in order to get them to act in a way he wants in order to make people feel guilty, despite Obie not being the victim. He will also leak personal information publicly via Discord servers and use it for malicious intent against you and use close relationships with people to get free work done. Do not support Obie /necrochemistry /Josh or Kaiju Revolution." When this document was released, it spread throughout multiple Discord servers like wildfire, through PG, owned servers, KU-related servers, or Roblox Kaiju game-related servers. Despite how rapidly this went across the community, almost immediately, an apology was sent by Corpse. This particular apology, as discussed, was forced upon her after Obie manipulated her through having him guilt trip about possibly ruining a project and mentioning his family. The apology reads as follows. "Alright, y'all, since you're all so gullible, I actually have to clarify that everything was fake. Obie didn't do crap, didn't say crap. I edited the document with a fake profile pic copying Obie's name, plus picture to make it legit, using a person's account I've been speaking to for years. I was involved in a personal drama with the real Obie, and used this to try and ruin him out of anger. But seeing this crap that's being said, I retract it and do not wish to undo his efforts in a potentially successful licensed game. It's not worth it. Obie will be blocking me after I post a statement, as he rightfully should, and will most likely never have any involvement being within Obsidian Games, Discord /group /staff /owner, DMs, etc. Feel free to send me death threats, etc. It's whatever. You all have my account. Later." Aside from the fact that this apology was forged, most of the detailed information in this apology was not only contradicted, but disproven through various comments Obie has made about each allegation. But this wouldn't matter since Obie betrays this by posting his own allegation document named Kellogg's Old PG Admin /CORPSE. This was already discussed, but this was posted onto Twitter and YouTube, and within that YouTube community post, accompanying it was a comment. "By the way, Kellogg's, nice fake document. Here's a very nice one about you. Let's see if you hold a developer /contributor job after this." Because of the apology, giving users permissions to, and I quote, "send me death threats," and the 5th page of said document including her Discord account, she was sent death threats and harassments by OGU supporters, as shown here. Immediately following this document being posted, Corpse responded in the early morning of the 25th of May with a second document, where it shares the same evidence as the last, only being reinforced with evidence of Obie threatening Vera and Corpse, doxing PG staff and placing blame elsewhere, being petty on Twitter/X, and inciting his community to harass Corpse. Then, the rest happened. Obie discusses the allegations within a devcast, uses a fake profile to show his innocence despite the fact that it shares the same speak pattern. I confront Obie about the situation through DMs, and eventually, through discussions between both involved parties, a peace contract was developed. On the 27th, a group chat between Corpse and Obie, who are there to sign this contract, and Ancient and myself, as witnesses of this agreement, was created. The contract states at the top, and I quote, "This contract is made as of this 27th of May, 2024, by and between Corpse Mutts/Corpse, who desires to cease all harassment, threats, malicious pursuing/intent from necrochemistry/Obie, and therefore end all further retaliation. No admittal of the guilt of the accusations against Obie, nor Corpse is required and no longer sought after by either parties." Then below this is a single term, where this contract shall be maintained until either party breaks their end of the deal, and an NDA where neither Obie nor Corpse can discuss each other in any format with any third party. Each party will then agree with their own respective terms and conditions. Corpse will agree not to mention Obie, OG, or related properties, nor the contents of this accusation documents, nor no further retaliation if Obie respects his agreement, and no attempt to contact Obie, his communities, game, etc. Then, Obie will agree to stop harassing or threatening Corpse or others, to take down any posts involving Corpse, that he will not mention Corpse, to quit degrading PG, and to inform his community not to harass, pursue, or threaten Corpse or any involved parties. They both signed, and since Corpse has not mentioned Obie, OG, or KR, most of the screenshots and information from Corpse has been gathered before this contract. Obie, however, didn't adhere to the conditions. On the third interview, within the 1 hour timestamp, I asked Obie if he knew what led to the drama's beginning, and he showed me screenshots of Corpse's messages referring to Corpse as her.
Like what hinged your
just because I mentioned my daughter in a VC, and then she called me a cheater.
While he didn't explicitly say her name, he did discuss her in the given format of pronouns and archived messages with a third party, which means he broke his part of the contract. And while yes, you could argue that I wouldn't be considered a third party, I didn't sign the contract. I was merely there as a witness, which means he has broken the contract through discussing it with me. But going past this, before ending off this section, there's one last aspect about the relationship I want to highlight now. It was previously alluded to throughout the video, but Corpse was emotionally and psychologically abused / manipulated by Obie multiple times. This was accomplished through not only their well-established relationship that occurred between 2020 and 2024, but because Obie essentially took advantage of the fact that Corpse was abused by her family. This is proven through the same recording where the forced apology occurred, where Obie has stated, "But it's good, you just proved your mother was right about you. You are two-faced." And within the first interview around this timestamp here.
She has proven that she is a bitch. And I will continue to say that, because that's exactly what she is, and I hope that you show her this. Why don't you ask her too with her mother, who tried to help her with her mother and get her around the situation, de-escalate situations, which was me.
The abuse is further supported when Obie's own document against Corpse, because, as previously discussed, when he attempted to coerce her to come into the US to either live nearby or with him for protection, as Corpse stated, and I quote, "I'd have to use all my savings to move, and then I'd be stuck there. Plus, I'd have to pick up the stepmother role for his kids I knew nothing about. I'd have no one but Obie." So, through the abuse he endured, through all the presented evidence, Corpse was taken advantage of. From having been forced to stay by his side despite the numerous abandonments, convincing her to feel empathetic for his life issues and traumas, having been gaslit into believing Obie never submitted various screenshots to Varanzoar, nor admitting his responsibility with these issues. Threatening numerous times, whether with personal information, blackmail, or suicide to keep her from leaving this relationship, or the numerous legal threats Obie made to Corpse from the first document to the group he forced me into, having to lie to her multiple times about his children, even if one of them was born during the relationship's duration, having been responsible for isolating her from Prometeo games simply because of multiple misunderstandings, and the allegations presented by Obie himself from their own conversations. Even after they broke up, he continued to manipulate her, speaking negatively of them within YouTube comments, recordings, and posts. This sentiment reflects how desperate he tries to swift negative attention away from him, even if it means using additional family members, alive or dead, as an excuse. In Corpse's document, Obie stated, and I quote, "I don't give a flying crap. If she comes after me, I'll say the same crap to her to make her regret and think over everything she's ever done. When I was stone cold after my grandpa passed away, the only person in my family who ever believed in me, I made my mom cry every night because I did not give a crap about anyone. I let my demons out and let them have fun. So in other words, you can say whatever you want, block me or whatever, I don't care." His sentiment comes from previously discussed points about his parents' living unfortunate impacts that are continued to be seen. His mom shared the same personality as Obie, stubbornness, while his father provided him with the inherited bipolar and his narcissism. He viewed his grandfather as a father figure he needed, lashing out onto his remaining family since his death. Then he utilizes the trauma given to him by those who are close to justify his behaviors, which includes parental neglect and abuse from their partner. He also pins a name leak that occurred because of his younger brother, despite the same speech pattern, using his dead grandfather's analogy for forgiveness and religion, despite the numerous contradictions against this. Not to mention the deliberate comment on calling his son a mistake, not once, but twice. This sentiment of placing blame elsewhere was already proven to resonate within the Grudge section through various PG developers, community members, YouTubers, and even his own community. He claims Corpse was only making allegation documents simply because she was spiteful for not being allowed to get back with Obie. In some way or form, this point would have been true, only before he made mention of his daughter within the devcast. Instead, the allegation document was created because she was betrayed of her time and efforts to make the relationship work, of a potentially fulfilling life with their partner, only to realize manipulation and lies led to its downfall. Not by her, but by the very person blaming her. Obie. At this point, the majority of the evidence has been presented through various screenshots, interviews, multiple documents, announcements, emails, social media, various purchases, and public interactions. There isn't much that could be presented, but given we haven't reached the end of this video, this next and final section will act as a heavily summarized version of this entire script, which not only will be useful for viewers who are still confused or lost with the information, but will also act as the document's interpretation of Obie based on the provided evidence. So with that being said, let's see what this overview presents Obie as. Obie. You have attempted numerous times throughout interviews, devcasts, posts, and announcements made to convince communities, the skeptical few, and bystanders from multiple servers that the information was only made to defame you, and that you weren't responsible for any of these allegations, even if through your retaliations all you ever done was ever blame from yourself, whether by scrutinizing others or using individuals as buffers to avoid trouble. The latter happens to be prominent when you attempt to address racial allegations, where you attempted to persuade your audience, not by discussing the initial screenshots or providing any explanation behind it, but claiming none of them were true simply because you have developers, moderators, and co-owners of color. Well, newsflash, Obie, no one really believes the excuse, especially when you consider the unfortunate standard within the workforce, where even if you're hired into a company or group, there's still a strong likelihood anyone of color will still be harassed by few coworkers or employers. This doesn't help with the fact that within our interview, you've literally used Trump as an analogy to your current situation, and attempting to convince me the Confederate flag that's adorned right next to your gun locker comes from a religious background? There's ignorance behind his claims given the likely bias being held from either, especially when his home state had seceded first during the Civil War. This ignorance even extends to the point he still believes Texas is still trying to secede through information provided by TikTok. The sole reason users believe Corp's argument more is because of the sufficient amount of evidence that she provided that you have never made direct comments towards, let alone about the PG announcement where you openly used the word as if it was your heritage. That's right. I went there. Speaking of heritage, do you recall the numerous times you have proclaimed what your grandfather has taught you regarding forgiveness and patience? It seems to have been disregarded when you realize the numerous hate campaigns made against former colleagues, former partners, your previous and current community, and attempted to drag different users into the mix by force through numerous grudges you held. Even after asking your own community through 2 contradictory screenshots not to harass or get on the same level of PG users, you decide to act against these 2 and behave equally, if not worse. You continuously talked about Vert having scammed you of your own game, money, and company while threatening legal action, placing blame for doxing his employees, attempting to expose him through contradicting statements, and turning his community towards you with an alleged Soho contract. All because you sold PG to Vert, allowing yourself to become cookie logged on Roblox, getting your Discord account banned, and giving him permission to handle financing and developing of your game. This wasn't isolated to Vert either, since you have tried to drag Zerar into the dirt with you, tried to turn Zeal against Prometeo Games, and hired previous developers out of spite for KU's initial success pre-DMCA. You even hired individuals who plagiarized KU assets, which you've proven knowledgeable of, while also inciting drama with Prometeo Games through individuals who are infamous for harassing the same community, and allowing a literal neo-Nazi as a YouTube partner. This is without mentioning the flow of disinformation from YouTubers who are directly mentioned by you in your Discord server, and trying to pull KU/Kaiju YouTubers into the mix simply because of their slightly critical, albeit constructive, criticism towards KU. But while we're discussing KU, while you continue to claim KR was officially backed up with Toho, mentioning renegotiations, NDA lifting, and being provided a strict guideline of using 10 trademarked Kaiju at a time, so where's the truth? You have already discredited yourself and your team as reliable when you've clearly broken the NDA through numerous dev leaks, creating a commissioned trailer without a trademark and showing assets to someone who isn't under a contractual agreement, let alone taking funds directly from your community when Toho's contract would include handling publishing and licensing their various intellectual property to a group with 0 experiences. The money earned from the community through various means without any age disclaimers while also ignoring the various terms and conditions of Roblox, Discord, Patreon, all siphoned into their pockets, especially yours, Obbies, to continue supporting your apparent luxury of spending irresponsibly. Who needs a modified GMC pickup, 3 different bikes, an entire gun collection, let alone a Starscream collection, when you should be preoccupied with KR's development? Instead, you prioritize working as a lineman full-time and a GMC Sororo constantly. Agent doesn't help against the point, since he even wanted to redirect unpaid developers into his dungeon game as opposed to KR. Of course, if you do want to discuss fraudulent behavior, then you would have to also question the numerous excuses you made towards Corpse. You've publicly called her crazy, spiteful, and a liar only because you believe she wanted to get back with you. In reality, you have attempted to frame her for this behavior to bystanders, and Corpse herself through acts of emotional manipulation, using personal information against her, threatening your relationship through strain, legalities, or death, and gaslighting her regarding your reasons to disappear through smoking. You had a different kid with a different partner while you disappeared, staying within the same relationship without breaking up. It's troubling to know your priorities are set on your ex and family you abused repeatedly, as opposed to maintaining responsibility. You know what the kind of individual this information paints you as, right? You have proven that your insecurity and narcissism keeps you blinded long enough for you to betray your loved ones, former friends, and people you want to great for, and your lack of remorse for it. Your stubbornness and egotism provides enough to show how far you would actually go to cover your tracks, just to keep the illusion of grandeur continuing within your mind. You can't even deny the plausibility of that, because even if you remove all the points, all the evidence, it will still all stick the same through what you presented about your life. To have called me immature, to look into the evidence your ex has provided, is to call yourself the most self-centered, inessential, biased, imprudent, and most relevantly through this entire video, the best representation of what this community would call problematic and toxic. A coward, no less. Of course, this is just an exaggerated glance that's shown through lenses that the document provides with the vast quantities of evidence coming from different sides, different perspectives. While the last section mirrors my perspective on the entire situation, it's expanded upon compared to my more subdued notes. He clearly presents malicious tendencies towards individuals, whether he likes to admit it or not. while also being self-destructive, having tantrums that lead to more damaging outcomes. His history with game development presents a pattern of underwhelming performance, taking advantage of existing groups for his own personal benefit, whether for popularity or money. To those watching this video who support Obie or donated to him through previously mentioned methods, look across what he's shown for Kaiju Revolution's development. Compared to what came before, let alone what was taken down or cancelled altogether, is this really where you see untapped potential coming from? To take money while claiming to be officially affiliated with Toho is very alarming when you compare this game's underwhelming productivity to previous Roblox Kaiju games. As I've previously suggested, I implore those who have donated to pull away from this game and invest elsewhere, because through clear misuse of resources and previous patterns, Obie isn't capable of completing Kaiju Revolution, let alone the rest of his team, whether talented or analytical. The progression of this project has only proven to keep the overall community at a stagnant point. Stuck. Toho also holds no real intention to expand into Roblox, not for the time being, especially not after the toxicity presented from these DMCA waves, spamming their social medias or trying to dox one user who made a tweet weeks prior. And this was only within the Kaiju Roblox community. This behavior continues to resonate through the entire community, with more people dogpiling users through toxicity. Whether it be Godzilla Evolves design, a poorly researched Godzilla video, or issues over an analog horror series. And so I ask you viewers, if you plan to discuss within any servers, please could you be civil about it? Be the bigger person and keep these conversations level-headed. However, if you choose to argue aggressively, then realistically, what can I do? But regardless, I would like to thank those who have stuck around throughout this entire video. Hopefully, this has been an insightful video towards not only Obie, but partially into Obsidian Games' practices. This will most likely be the only time I work on such a project. However, this isn't guaranteed, so whatever happens, happens. I hope you have a good day. Take care. See you.